Hello? Oh, I'm sorry. Where's Asako?
I'm here.
Yeah, can you turn on your video, please?
Yeah, just turned on. Does this work?
We're still missing. It's not showing here. What's not showing here?
Perdón.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where's Asako? Asako
I'm here. Here.
Yeah, can you turn on your video, please? Yeah,
I'm right here.
Natalia is.
I'm right here. I'll be up in 2 seconds.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Jaime.
Hey, Peter. How are you?
It's not your session yet. Your session is actually tomorrow, I think.
Is it tomorrow? Okay. I'm gonna put myself in mute and just gonna listen. Yeah, that is okay. Yeah.
Peter, so the streaming is started, right?
Hey, Jaime.
Yes.
Yeah. Can somebody else actually just turn on?
Okay, let's start.
Okay, great. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Jaewon Peter Chun, President of World Smart Cities Forum. Welcome to the first World Smart Cities Forum Leaders Summit 2021 first. I'd like to have great agenda to share with all the audience around the world regarding smart cities in terms of the policies and solutions, and more insights on how we can just do something post-pandemic era. So I invited the opinion leaders around the world to share more insights and experience together with all people who are interested in smart cities projects as well as innovation. So here I'd like to introduce just quick. We have the Princess Katarina da Silva from the UK. Also, we have a moderator from the UK as well. Thank you. And we also have Dr. Kiran Fernandez. He is here to share his Smart City Index. Thank you very much for here with us today. And we have Andrea Ramos from European Commissions. Also, we have the Henning von Vonstein from European Chamber of Commerce. I'm sorry, European Technology Commerce. So we have the 7. We also have the Jeremy Lustman, the partner of DLA Piper from Israel, and he's going to be a little bit late. So it will be really a fascinating events, and also the talk, and we're just talking about what's really going on in current era during pandemic, and we need to just think about better views and blueprints and smart cities around the world. In the meantime, if I toss over to Denise as a moderator, I'd like to just go over with what World Smart Cities Forum is really doing, and what we're trying to do, what is the purpose to achieve the goals and throughout this World Smart Cities Leaders Summit today and tomorrow. And And then Princess Katarina will talk about her insights about humanitarian approach to the world. We actually have COP26 and many different events around the world, and I think that the viewpoint from Princess can be really fascinating and very helpful to the people who might be interested in this agenda. And then we have the head of the government of Lviv region, Maxim. I don't think he's not here yet because of maybe latencies or some other issues. If he's coming into this link, this platform, then I'll let you know. Okay, let me introduce you. Just hang on a second. Just right. Sorry. Yes. I hope everybody can see this slide. If you can see this one, please let me know.
Yes.
Okay, good. So World Smart Cities Forum actually hosts the World Smart Cities Leaders Summit since 2016. So we had a physical summits in every year where we invited more than 20 countries and 30 different cities, and invited the mayors, governors, and ministers, and sometimes prime minister. So we're trying to share more cases, showcases, initiatives around the world, and then we're trying to work together between the cities. So there are actually 3 different entities that we are running, and World Smart Cities Forum is a non-profit organization based in London, UK, trying to design the blueprints or master plan with a basic concept design for the specific cities around the world. And we're also running the Tech Sandbox, which is trying to nurture the startups around the world to dedicate themselves into the smart city agenda or smart city projects in Asia, Europe, and North America. And Archive Labs, Archive Partners is also running the validated investments arms, and which will be very helpful in the specific smart city projects. And as I said, we are running so many different projects at the moment. We have a mandate basis project in Ukraine, Vietnam. I personally already did in South Korea. And currently we are building up the tech hub in New York City. And also we did a London Smart City called Cognicity Challenging Programs back in 2012, 2015, 2017. And so concept and philosophy of us is actually very simple. We are focused on the people-centered city, which is people-centricity kind of concepts, and trying to invite more concept with a data-driven economy, environmental friendly ecosystems. A lot of governments and UN organizations talking about environment tech, clean tech, and something. So this is something that we do. And at the same time, we are really focusing on how to make the city much more sustainable. So technology and innovation as a smart city tech sandbox is very, very important. And also most important thing is about the cultural contents. So with contents and innovation ecosystem and the data-driven economy as a philosophy, maybe focusing on people more, I think that we believe that the city can be much more sustainable, resilient. And SDGs, a lot of the goals and to be achieved. We are actually, there are some overlaps, common ground that we are actually targeting on. And specifically, we are really focusing on, healthcare security, energy, mobility, and water and waste, and also property, prop tech. And so we actually overlap the topics to be discussed, and also trying to solve this kind of problems within the city. And we are now, based on the mandates, and we are working together with the Hanoi city government in Vietnam to revive the city, which is basically urban regeneration kind of purpose. So we are targeting about next 5 to 6 years worth the $1 to $2 billion projects in it. And in Ukraine as well, we have a mandate with the Minister for Communities and Territories Development Ukraine to kick off the small city initiatives in Ukraine as a pilot projects, maybe starting from the Lviv region area. So with this kind of the smart city agenda, we are focusing on smart mobilities and digital smart city, safe to live in, energy efficiencies, and smart water. Those 5 categories are actually really applicable to those countries in Ukraine and Vietnam. And also, we just tested it here in the US and also the South Korea before. And I also think that about more than 70% of the contents or applications of the smart city possibly visible. 20-30% will be non-visible. So which is much more infrastructure. So I think that we try to bring this the projects as the infrastructures into the city with mobility and safety and energy, and also the smart finance. I'm going to skip this part. So we had a mandate agreement with Ukrainian governments, also the Vietnamese government in Hanoi. And as I mentioned earlier, we are running the tech sandbox, and about 25%, 30% of the whole budget goes to the innovation ecosystem, which is we try to nurture the tech startups or SMEs so that eventually they can take one of the meaningful roles and for establishing the smart city projects, and also they can scale up based on the scale up investments fund. And eventually they can just go access to other smart city projects around the world as well. And so Tech Sandbox model is very simple. Accenture is tech accelerator based in New York City and London. These accelerator can help the well-capable startups around the world can be joining this platform, that they can show their solutions and technologies. So I think that tomorrow's session, session 2, we can also introduce some of the companies can be to develop their solutions might be really applicable to the cities around the world as well. So this is Accenture Tech Sandbox is kind of model to be delivered those core programs and for the startups and SMEs. And we have partners around the world, and these partners also dedicating themselves and for our Smart Cities Leader Summit this time. Thank you very much for just the brief speech about the World Smart Cities Forum. Now, I'd like to ask Princess Katarina. So before she's actually talking, I'd like to ask Asaka Fujisawa. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so can you just introduce Princess Katarina and
Yes.
what you do briefly? Then
Yes.
we can go ahead listening to Princess Katarina's speech. Thank
Yes. My name is Asaka Fujisawa. I'm advisor to the ambassador to the World Smart City Forum, Princess Katarina of Yugoslavia. In my and set the scene. I'm president of Intercultural Society of London, but also I have worked in the financial industry for over 13 years. Many people might think it seems that I'm doing 2 different things of a polar opposite industries, but actually the society has changed where we're more connected together. Business, technology, people, environment, these all needs to be incorporated. And when I first met Princess Katarina many years ago, she's niece of late Duke of Edinburgh. I was very struck with her. We have immediately had a report of the vision that we shared, that we both wanted to build a better future. It's not about jargons, it's about the people that mattered, also the environment that mattered. I am very honored to work alongside her. I'm also honored to introduce you to Her Royal Highness Princess Katarina of Yugoslavia, please.
Good morning from the United Kingdom. Good afternoon. Good evening. Excuse me, I'm going to cough. Your Excellencies. Oh, excuse me.
So I think that she drank too much water. So Princess Katarina, take your time just for a minute. So Asako, can you just talk about yourself briefly about what Nomura Asset Management does?
Nomura, I work for Nomura Asset Management in the distribution team. Our company has started to understand the need where corporates can't just focus on profits. We're moving towards more interactive culture where we're taking the feedback from the employees. We're communicating for potential collaboration with charities, not just fundraising, but also because ultimately if we have a role in the society where if individual companies only focused on the profits, it's not going to be beneficial. It would be the same case for the smart city, because if companies only focused on profits and about their one company, that's not sustainable. It's got to be run from the bottom up where it benefits the people. And also for people who work for the company, they should be proud of what they're doing, not having to be concerned that they're destroying the environment or they're taking advantage of people's money. That's very irresponsible. And
beginning to realize the limitless potential of the benefits of it can do. Also, in the same vein, whilst we are all beginning to understand what a smart city is, we are also beginning to understand its true potential. I have been extremely honored about IoT, AI, blockchain, IR, 4IR. I will be speaking on how I see the smart cities and how possibly the future will move forward for the better. I will let the experts speak, discuss, and inform us all. Hopefully, we will all learn a huge amount more than we know today. Today, or 4IR, as I'm not the expert, but I will explain how I have seen and observed that innovations start to already make changes in my country. Obviously, I can only speak about my country currently due to the last 18 months that we have had to go and endure. As we have currently held COP26 in the UK, there's an enormous contribution that can come from the knowledge and learnings of those on this panel today, which can and will help contribute to lowering carbon emissions, making buildings and cities carbon neutral, as we, as global citizens, have to take responsibility for our world, our future, and the future of our grandchildren's grandchildren. I'm extremely excited to learn more about smart cities, and indeed, not just cities, but where the technology can be applied to isolate towns and villages. I'm in a great position where I have had the ability to see a truly smart bank. I'm aware that one of the speakers here today will be explaining about them in greater detail. We now have buildings that are sensitive to our needs, doors opening automatically, light sensors ensure that there is no electricity wastage by only switching on when required. Water facilities saving water. Buildings that utilize windows and the entire composition to regulate temperature, ensuring that whether it is blowing a blizzard or a tropical heat wave outside, that all the inhabitants are kept at a constant temperature. One can safely say that not just each year, but on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis, there are leaps forward in the way technology is being integrated into our lives. We can carry mobile phones that use biometric data to verify our ID, from unlocking our phone to getting into our banking apps to transferring money. The same phones can, through the use of technology or apps, aid us in seeing who is at our door, turn on domestic appliances, and indeed through some specific products, which I'm not mentioning, can control. Note that as we move forward to an age of smart cities and the use of technology like there has never been before, combined with a rush to reverse 100 years of damage to our planet, we need to take into account the following. 1, there needs to be an increase in the use of environmentally friendly methods of generating power. As with all of this technology comes an extra load on current power supply. Currently in the UK, about 10 million people can change the using electric cars. Actually, can charge, I should say, not change. We decide to change them all simultaneously at night, combined with a pull of domestic and industrial usage, the national grid would fail. We need to look at alternative methods of electric transportation, especially within smart cities, to perhaps such things like hydrogen. We need to look at how technology can be applied to reduce the carbon emissions of aircraft. Currently, number 4, there are trials and experiments being carried out with driverless cars. Are they going to be used within the smart cities? With all the above, I would like to point out that regardless of how much technology advances, it is only as good as the human who has programmed it. So with smart cities, smart banks, smart homes, we all need to remember that the human brain can and is the smartest of them all. We need to remember this in order to rely on the biggest computer of all, our brains. As we all know the fable Icarus, who flew too close to the sun and melted the wax on his wings, which made him crash into the sea. We also need to remember the rest of the fable, that he couldn't fly too low to the water as his wings will get wet, so he couldn't fly higher. Therefore, like with all things, balance must be kept and maintained. Thank you all for your attention. I wish you all a successful forum where I hope you will leave today and tomorrow with a greater knowledge and insight, ready for the next great adventure. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you very much for your lovely speech, Princess Katarina. I think that if you may, you can actually share with us and to join us the discussions on the small cities in a better way.
Thank you very much.
It's all to Denise now. You can actually lead the whole discussions from this moment. In the meantime, I'd like to ask every panelist to be turning on your video. We don't have video from Natalia.
Here I am.
Okay, that's good. And Asako, can you turn on the video, please? Hemming, okay. All right, so here you go. So it's all to you.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, Peter and World Smart Cities Forum for hosting us here. This is a great initiative, and we need to have a lot of initiatives like this to find better ways and better direction for our cities worldwide. Thank you, Princess Katerina, for very inspiring words. And I think I love the metaphor of Icarus. It's very important, more than ever, for our society. But as well, the sense of having a common ground of responsibility, because of course technology without that is worthless. I want to just start with one thing, and I want to thank everyone here that is with us today. So we have a fantastic list of panelists. I will ask everyone to introduce themselves, but I think it's easier than me to make justice to the fantastic profiles they have. At least if you could get 1 minute. And I will just a couple of words, and I want to start with a very simple thing. So we are among probably, so let's look at the positive and negative. And I'll do this to kick off the idea of the panel that is about creating real value through smart cities and establishing the establishment of public policy of smart sustainable cities post-pandemic, line with SDGs, Sustainable Developing Goals of the United Nations, carbon neutrality, circular economy, and social impact, which are probably the biggest topics for anything in our civilization, but as well a complex issue that is not easy to solve. So I think I want to start with a very simple thing. So in the world as we speak, so on the positive side is that if you look at the last 1,000 years of evolution of humanity, we are in the most positive moment from a society development, even with all the complexities and all the crises and all the buzz or negative things that we have. Firstly, in terms of nationality for humans, because of course children, the death rate of children is smaller than ever. Then secondly, as well, in terms of poverty ratio, which of course we have a lot of disparities, but still the most poor people of the world are less poor than ever in history of humanity. And then of course in technology, we are getting to a stage of development that at the moment is taking us to a level, and using the words of Professor Harari, a bit of Homo Deus, that we are capable of doing fantastic things, a bit of Icarus metaphor, but as well a couple of things that can actually be very destructive for our cities and for our communities. And a couple of notes about the cities before we go directly is that cities are around 70% of the world population will live in cities by 2030. That is in a couple of years from now. Most of the GDP of the world economy, and I think that's an important point, is based on cities. We're talking about, for instance, the GDP of New York is $2.5 trillion. The GDP of Beijing is $1.1 trillion. And Shanghai is 1.3, and London is 1.3. So just to mention a couple of numbers, these are very big numbers, considering that the world economy is around $80 trillion of GDP. But what is interesting is the complexity of when it comes to defining smart cities or sustainable cities or eco-cities, because of course there's a lot of different things we have to put on the table. And as well, smart cities is probably the concept that is more established, and Professor Kenan will talk about the white paper he wrote about the policies of smart cities policies. But I think the challenge we are facing, and all of you are experts, worldwide experts on these areas, is how we can actually make this real. As you saw with what happened in the last 2 weeks with the World Conference, things are not so easy from the theory to the practice. And I think the challenge is, okay, for instance, 50% of the world population still doesn't have access to internet. 50%. Okay, it's a very big number. Okay, that means 3.5 billion people don't have access to internet. And then from big numbers as well is around 1.5 billion people don't even have access to basic financial income. But these people live in cities, they have access to smartphones, and these cities or geographic locations are where our civilization is based increasingly. So my question for the panelists, and I'm kicking off the point here, starting by 1 minute from each of you, if you could introduce yourselves, is how can we create real value through these notions of smart cities, but as well as sustainable value that looks at reality, because I think we have to look at moonshot, but I always like to look at the short term and middle long term. And of course, as people that are looking at policies, looking at startups, looking at corporations, and looking at organizations worldwide, our focus is looking at the ESG, for instance, environment, sustainable governance, or the sustainable developing goals, how we can actually make this work. And of course, I would put this provocation for the audience as well, which is for me, one of the biggest challenges. How can we cut the negativity? Because any civilization in history, and I'll repeat this, if you look at history, the Roman Empire fell because of internal fighting. And he had fantastic things, but it was internal fighting that destroyed the Roman Empire. And it was actually taken over by the barbars, or the north the north of Europe, that right now is very sophisticated, but 2,000 years ago is not so sophisticated. So we have kind of a lot of contradictions that history tells us, but we keep repeating this as humans. So I would like to pass this, and I'll pass the word first for the ladies. So I would like probably I will leave probably Natalia, if you want to kick off, and then I will let you go. But if you could introduce yourself and try to answer to the first question, how can we go to this?
Hi, I'm Natalia Olson. I'm actually an urban planner as well, an entrepreneur. I was vice minister, regional administrator for President Obama, as well as his advisor initially on competitiveness and innovation. And before all of that, I actually was fighting for climate change and green building policies. I was a planning and zoning commissioner in the city of Philadelphia. And so it's to answer that question in all of that context, when we all started, which was more like 20 years ago, and I still remember when the Kyoto Protocol was in play, and then we had history after history of meetings that didn't go anywhere. And the Paris Agreement of 2015 actually did work, and I was actually part of that. And what was amazing, and which is what I like about our forum today, is that the corporations, the businesses, 50% of the participants, the stakeholders, were part of the conversation. We need to be able to empower entrepreneurs, empower new ideas, and empower policymakers to be able to get that feedback. I think that collaboration is key. When we talk about moonshot, well, that particular moonshot was actually what JFK tried to do when we, sent men to the moon, right? And beyond that, and that facilitated the first conversation by satellite, and how our governments actually can be catalysts, can be, the ones that can instigate this innovation, but we cannot control it. We need to let innovative entrepreneurs to be able to go ahead and do the most amazing disruptive things in the world. So I can follow up on that, on how we did all of that. From the Jobs Act to creating the crowdfunding campaigns, to be able to open Gov, how it created the sharing economy, and so on. So it's always that balance between the private sector and the public sector that needs to go really strongly hand in hand.
Thank you, Natalia, and I appreciate it. Of course, your fantastic experience working with, the global leading economy, and as well, of course, with the president who was very charismatic on this, is kind of very important for us. So I would like to go, Professor Kiran, you wrote recently a very big white paper that I've been involved about smart cities policies. And I think one of the conclusions was that there's still very few policies for smart cities. So let's go, I think, like Natalia mentioned, from the practicalities is, okay, there's the private sector versus public sector. And of course, on this level, we have effectively a big challenge that most of the top $1 trillion companies have more control than most of the countries in the planet. Let's say, I would say 80% of the countries in the planet have less control than probably the 10 top biggest corporations in the planet. So how can we make this, and especially how can we go to the smart cities concept and policies? Because there's very small global frameworks for this. And a bit introduction of yourself as well, of course.
Yeah, okay. So you asked a few questions in 1 minute, but there you go. I shall try to be as brief as I can. So firstly, I'm Kiran Fernandez. I'm a professor of operations management at the university. And in addition to that role, I'm also the executive director of the Northeast Lab Innovation Observatory, which is based in the UK. And until last year, I was one of the non-executive directors for the UK National Commission for UNESCO. And in that role, it gave me a number of opportunities to engage with this whole debate around what is smart city and what smart city should do. So I think smart cities as an overall concept, I think directly addresses two huge challenges. The first challenge is about what you earlier talked, and that's the whole concept of urbanization. Now, the issue of people moving to urban territories is not new. However, what is new is the rate at which people are moving to large urban populations. And while you mentioned briefly, I think a number of things around, the number of folks and the number of citizens that are moving into urban population. The challenge is urban populations roughly are about 3% of the land mass, but this 3%, while it's generating 70% of the GDPs, and in some cases as high as 90% of GDPs, it also produces about 70 to 80% of all the greenhouse gas emissions that take place. It's so poor when they come to smart city. And one of that is very simple. I think many of the measurements that we use or many of the policies that we design are almost non-applicable when it comes to regional or unit levels. Okay. Now, it's very easy to have a national policy on any aspect of decent working, for example. That might be twinned with some technology policies, that might be twinned with many other things. It might be twinned with the whole debate around public-private partnership and how that should work, etc. However, when you start drilling that down into a unit level, at a city level, at a postcode level, many of these things fizzle out. And what is not happening is policies that are targeted very specifically at regions. Now, just to give you one example, so just take the first SDG, it's SDG 1, it's about poverty. And then if you look at the first KPI of that first, it's about basically around the intention is everybody on earth gets about $1.50 a day. That's broadly what the whole agenda is. And there are many policies that are driven to support this. Now, if you look at basically the top half of the 193 countries, and in particular the top quarter of that, many of those KPIs, for example, from a policy level make no sense. I mean, for example, the UK has already announced that the minimum wages are going to be around £10 from this year, and it's already over £9 an hour. So when you're now designing policies to fit into a global framework, which SDGs happen to be, there's a mismatch in what is being asked, what is being achieved. And therefore, what the tension, and I'm at COP26, the tensions are we are wasting a lot of global efforts on discussing policies that are a mismatch. So we're spending a lot of time on, for example, the 17 SDGs and the links those have, particularly to climate change. Whereas if I take the example of UK or the US or most Scandinavia, most European countries, the developed countries, about 96% of those 160 or targets of the SDGs mean nothing in a very pragmatic sense. So I think there's a big mismatch there where we need to ask, should there be a KPI plus system for different parts of the world? And should there be another KPI for different parts of the world? Because if you're using the same measurement system at a global framework to look at individual countries, you have a huge mismatch because you can almost report 96% or 99% of those 160 odd KPIs are met without even having to spend a penny on it because they are almost not applicable in most cases. So what I'm trying to say, Dennis, is why is there an issue? The issue is because not all stakeholders are engaged. And the idea that a smart city is about technology is completely misplaced. What is a smart city? The smart city has to be about the human beings. It's got to be about citizen. It has to build around the citizen-centric world. Now, citizen-centric world depends and changes different countries. Now, if I take the example of Japan, citizen-centric broadly revolves around the aging population. Whereas if you look at the same view on citizen-centric in parts of North Africa or in parts of Southeast Asia, it's around youth. So we have to build policies that fit different regions. So in a roundabout way, taking a little more time than I should, Dennis, what I'm trying to say is our white paper, which is talking on this issue, is looking at it from a very different perspective. It's taken a non-technical view, because while technology is great, and I come from a technical background, it isn't the answer to all the problems.
Very key element, and I think it's more about the way we talk with each other. So I will pass to Andrea Almos, that of course has a big role within the European Commission as a policy officer. So could you introduce yourself and tell us, we see top level this? We'll have more time, we still have around 1 hour, but I would like to go short, because I think we'll be better and at least listen to all of you guys first shortly.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really pleased to be here and discuss these very important topics. And perhaps what I could add to the, let's say, starting discussion is that working for the European Commission in the area of smart cities, I work for a unit, a policy unit working on technologies for smart communities. What we see is that over the current Commission period, as you will know, in Europe, two very important strategies have kind of created the main focus areas for European Union. One is related to the European Green Deal, which tries to make Europe the first climate neutral continent and recognizes, what are the most urgent areas where we can tap into in terms of reducing CO2 emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, but also how to create a better living environment and making Europe kind of a first mover in that. On the other hand, one of the other key strategy areas for the current Commission is how to make Europe fit for the digital age. And I think what really comes out in the current Commission is how to make this twin digital and green transition a reality. And that's where we see the role of smart cities. We heard earlier that, of course, a lot of people live and will move to cities. We recognize that cities are indeed a huge greenhouse gas emissioners, but also waste and other negative impacts on the environment. But we also see that cities can be at the forefront of addressing those. And we see that when digital technologies are applied in a manner that don't necessarily have a negative impact on the environment, then we see that there's huge potential to be made and used, for example, just tapping into all the data that is generated at local level. Currently, only about 10% of that data is used, and there's many other ways how we could actually use that technology to create a better living environment in smart cities. So I do see that as a potential. You've seen that in the current pandemic that there's been some shifts in terms of behavior, and what we have seen is that although of course the pandemic has created a long-lasting economic crisis, what we also see in the Commission that there is a real potential in investing in green and digital still at the same time. If you have seen the recovery fund for the EU, 20% of this fund is to be spent on digital and about 30% on greening. And as I said, I think smart cities can be an important, let's say, measure to bring that forward in a combined manner.
Yeah, and I think Europe is, of course, leading a lot of these things. So it's a kind of an important benchmark for the rest of the world. So last but not least, from the panelists that we have here that didn't spoke so far. So Henning, last but not least, I would like for you to introduce yourself. So Henning von Stein is chairman of the Policy Commission, EU Tech Chamber. And you make the bridge precisely between the public and private sector with a big and one of the most powerful chambers of commerce in the world. So can you tell us about you first and about how you can see these bridges? Because I think you bring another very important part that was mentioned before as well by Natalia.
Yes, thank you so much, and hello to everybody. I feel comfortable to talk about after Andrea put the European processes and strategic projects on the table. I'm here in Brussels since almost 30 years doing public affairs, and we have seen so many strategies, we have seen so many crises. And I understand, I have been doing this for big corporations in banks and in steel and also in associations, in foundations. So what is similar to all these organizations is to get orientation in this very dynamic environment. So as was mentioned a couple of times, exchange and dialogue is so important for let's say, getting better orientation for investors, technology providers, and at the end also to regulators. So because I think when I follow your discussion, also Professor Fernandez, he said, why is there no global, let's say, no global approach to it? So I do think that we have different layers. We have new technologies coming in with tremendous dynamics, especially in mobility, for example. So they meet environments in the cities which are in competition. So you have the SUVs competing with scooters, right? And then it comes to this competition environment, and even cities at the local level do not know how to handle this. So I think there is a tremendous need for learning about this. And what is interesting, then it becomes also a governance issue. So we have always, over these 30 years here in Brussels, the slogan of subsidiarity is one of the most used slogans in speeches, because people want to keep, let's say, approach to local regulatory affairs on their own. And we talked also about the regional aspects. And when we observe now the tremendous dynamics in new technologies coming in due to digital possibilities and due to the internet, we can see that there is clearly a trend to more regulation on the upper level because of data protection, because of giving a harmonized living standards in a certain region. And I believe that the European Union, as the only really cross-frontier concept on Earth, and with all these, let's say, experience over the last decades, the European Union is really challenged to go ahead here. I understand also from Professor Fernandez, on the world level, the European Union is challenged to approach this issue. And Andrea, you are the most living example for this development, because you are in the European Commission dealing exactly with this. And this is an example for so many issues, other issues also, where we have to act on a transnational basis. So the SDGs are, let's say, the objectives, but we need much more, let's say, cooperation in how to address with regard to regulation, or with regard to setting the framework conditions for new technologies, new developments, the competition between new technologies at the local level, from the upper level. We can't leave it, I think, to the cities and to the regions themselves, unless they learn from each other in a very logical and rational way. I don't believe that will be possible in a time frame up to 2030 and 2050 with regard to the speed what is needed. And one more point, I have seen so many, let's say, companies struggling with building and rebuilding their business model. Technology companies, investors and banks are a different story. Money is liquid. It looks for certainty. But if you have a steel company and you have invested, or even in OEMs, or original equipment manufacturers, you have invested into infrastructure over a period of time. So you risk to face what we call stranded assets. You know, when and COVID is adding this again. When we have seen airplanes at the ground, that was, I think, the most visible picture of a stranded asset during COVID crisis. So in this environment, we really need to learn tremendously quick, and the conditions are not favorable for it. Let's name it. Local governments, national governments, they want to keep the role, they want to keep the sovereignty, they want to keep their own approach. There are vested interests, a lot of vested interests in the market. So, and there is actually where I do see my role as public affairs manager. You know, for me, lobbying goes always in two directions. It goes to the institutions, but also you have to move at home. If you don't move at home, if you only defend vested interests, it becomes not something which is providing value to changes. So this is exactly where I'm here. I want to learn with you how this issue smart cities develops, and let's say to give impact also to big companies, how to approach this dynamics.
Great. Thank you, Annie. And I think this is a big thing, because I think we all have to work together. So, Princess Katerina, I want to ask you one question, if you have still time. So you, of course, come from the oldest institution in the world, probably the monarchy, although, of course, non-active. But one of the things you've been doing is working with a lot of different organizations, from cities to governments to institutions, and very focused on education, and as well healthcare systems, and really in very practical, both for non-for-profits and for-profits. So from your experience, and on the going a bit more linear, what would be kind of the biggest problems you faced? Because like we said, there's the technology component, there's the policies, and there's the humanity part of this. And we cannot solve the problem of the technology. In the end of the day, is just a tool, but humanity is the most complex part. So in your experience working with all these organizations and countries as well, what would be like a couple of notes that you would like to suggest with our audience and with all of us here?
Well, I think one thing I would like to say, thank you, Dennis, thank you so very much for explaining everything that I do on the humanitarian side with government to government. We're working a lot with government to government because of the COVID, and there's a lot of technical problems there, but, you know, hopefully we will overcome it all. But one thing I will say, because I'm going to be very, very short on this, is that we need to be educated in all areas, and by doing that we can move forward. We can then work easier with governments, and then we can work easier with the humanitarian side and also on the technical side.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of the element that is probably the most important thing, is how we can bridge all of these different things. So Andrea, so as working with the European Commission, and I think probably this question is for Andrea and as well for Natalia. So you've been working, in the case of Natalia, of course, with the US government, but now as well in startups, and as well working with the Disruptive Factory, which is a platform precisely to look at this, and the name probably is very important for our times. And Andrea, in your case, work with the European Commission, of course, which is kind of probably the most regulated and most advanced set of countries in the world in a lot of areas. So as the leading economies as well in the planet, at least in terms of Western world, how do you see the challenge, first of all, that I think Annie pushed to the table, that is, how can we make this happen? Because of course there's legacy systems, there's the which is what Annie mentioned, and there's not just legacy systems. We have legacy systems when the technology is disrupting everything. And as well, we have the disruption right now with healthcare, with as well even the sense of security and the sense of society with COVID, which disrupt the way we see our society. And of course, right now we have this kind of urgency of sustainability and carbon neutrality. So how can we get to the practicalities of solving this without creating all these conflicts? Because in the end of the day, it's obvious that our governments are not able to solve this short term. Let's be honest. it has to be us, all of us as society that have to work together to solve this.
Would you like me to start, perhaps, Ines,
Yes,
since you mentioned? Yeah, I think what really has changed over the past couple of years, at least in a European context, is that there was a recognition that for the past decade, the development of smart cities was very much, let's say, supply-driven, technology-driven. And what cities have been telling us over the past years is that there needs to be a, let's say, more balanced collaboration with cities and to better understand what the demand needs are. So what we have seen, and I think that resonates also with what Peter had said at the beginning of this kind of people-centered smart cities approach that the World Smart Cities Forum is aligned with as a philosophy, is that we need to understand what cities and citizens really need. And we need to make sure that then the technologies address those appropriately, because in terms of technologies, there's been a huge advance in technologies. We've seen in COVID that many things that we thought would take much longer have become digitized, have gone online, and most likely many of those services or ways of working will remain. What we noticed in Europe is indeed that cities would like to have a bigger say in what they need, and what they've done actually, and that seems to be an interesting way of working, at least on our end. They've come together and put forward a set of principles in form of a political declaration by which they would like to work and would like to go through their digital transformation. And these perhaps also speak to a discussion forum where we're discussing people-centered smart cities. They're saying, first of all, as we heard earlier, Professor Fernandez was saying, well, a lot of even in Europe, we have issues on connectivity. And so we need to ensure that all cities have the right digital infrastructure to have connectivity, because that allows us to have greater cohesion, greater inclusiveness in this new digital era. But then what cities are saying, we would like to focus on solutions that are interoperable, that allow us to flexibly select our suppliers, that allow us to not to be able to expand our services and build on what we now have. This will also help, of course, the markets to create solutions that can be portable for one city to another. And then they also preaching for the like we heard earlier from Henning, for the respect of digital rights of citizens. So these are the kind of principles, and what we're doing is we are supporting, as the Commission, supporting this political declaration that over 100 cities have now signed, and we're also bringing together a set of supporters that will support the concrete implementation of these principles. So in the European context, of course, we do have some funding mechanism, but what really also helps a lot is this kind of experience exchange and good practice use cases presentations like we're doing at this event. But indeed, to set the direction through a set of principles, bring in all the necessary stakeholders, both from the demand side as well as willing or like-minded companies around in part of the supporters, and try to implement really impactful solutions in a way that is ethical, human-centric, and privacy protective, which is really also the kind of European values that we have put forward in our digital strategy, the data strategy, artificial intelligence strategy, and so on. So I'd say it's a collaboration between all stakeholders along a set of basic principles that can make a difference.
Completely. So, Natalia.
Sure. I feel sometimes that we have 50 countries in the U.S. So, and just to give you a little bit of an anecdote, I worked on NATO accession between Czech Republic, Poland, and Hungary, and then I thought, wow, this is great, this is amazing how they're working together. and then the 10 exceeding countries working together. And then I went back to the States. I was an foreign service officer, and I went to work for the Metropolitan Planning Organization, and I couldn't get the state of New Jersey and the state of Pennsylvania to agree on water data. So tiny little things like that I think we, as a country, need to figure out, from a policy perspective. And we did try. We did, during Obama's administration, infrastructure, the infrastructure bank. We tried to put in the opportunity zones. We tried to do a lot of this, funding towards the Department of Transportation. We created the sustainable communities. So we made 3 different agencies and departments talk to each other: Department of Transportation, Housing and Urban Development, and the EPA. And even then, it was a little difficult. So I think that we are in need of a national policy, and that's why I live between Barcelona and Palo Alto, California, because I think that the EU is doing an amazing job when it comes to trying to bring these collaborative methods, but also figuring it out from a policy perspective, where citizens are actually getting more involved, because your policies will be a lot more, I think, comprehensive than ours can be, and we can learn from all of you. But I think some of the ideas when the Paris Agreement was happening, and I think what COP26 is trying to do as well, is there's a new focus on state governments, regional perspective. I know that from a regional perspective, some folks, not all cities are the same, right? They all have their own culture, their own way of doing that, their own history, and that sharing and caring perspective sometimes doesn't flow so well. But I think that from a more business side, that we need to, as governments, put some reward system, okay? We need to be able to reward the citizens for their feedback. That's why I believe very much in blockchain and the traceability and the decentralization, where the citizen becomes a lot more important, and their views and their values are actually being able to be put towards a more comprehensive idea, but that the citizen also has its individuality. Because if you talk to a lot of institutions, you look at the institution, there's the distrust of the larger institutions, and that's why you see a bipolarization, like it happened in my country, of politics, right? People they're not from one or the other, or they just don't want to believe in one politics, party politics. And I think that's why there's this grasp of, let's go locally. You know what? I'd rather be involved in my neighborhood than having to look at the national politics, because it's just way too polarized, too negative, and you don't have enough information. So I think that the tying the data, all this efficiency that we have been able to put in trying to get, from a city perspective, how do we make, getting your licenses in place? How do we figure out how to cover those potholes? How do we, from a legacy perspective, we just approved $60 billion for digital infrastructure, because our legacy is the oldest, right? In the U.S., we came up, invented the internet practically, and we said, okay, we have all this legacy systems that are so old that we can't compete, and we have the oldest constitution, and so our constitution sometimes becomes an obstacle in many ways. And that's why I think empowering locally, but giving them the opportunity to also use the data, but also use the funding that is more earmarked towards their parks, their schools, their infrastructure. I think that this is, it might be contradictory to what the EU is trying to do, but I'm just giving you a perspective of how, from a regional perspective, those states need to collaborate. Just like what I said from the beginning, we couldn't even find a way to share data on water and things like that. So.
And I think you just touched probably the most important challenge in our civilization, because of course the challenge with what you just said is that the polarization and lack of coordination is creating, first of all, a big chaos. And for instance, you touched blockchain, for instance, which is one of my areas that I've been researching since the beginning. And one thing is the blockchain technology and all the possibilities that it can give to our society. But if you look at crypto, which I've been in and out a bit reticent, it's quite scary, because the point is that at the moment, if the world economy is $80 trillion, but the crypto is $2.5 trillion, that means around a percentage of the world economy is right now being in a technology that is not regulated, that is making no government, no regulatory goes around the world and changes everything. And I saw people in my network, not scaring anyone, passing billions of dollars of crypto from places to places. So this creates a completely different layer, like you said, Natalie, that is much more complex even, because this will be, and this is going so fast that even people like me, I get scared. So I think what you touch, and you, Andrea, I think is really key, but we need as well to be very, because it's the challenges that as the countries are inflating itself and polarization, we create a lot of skepticism. And I think this is the biggest challenge we see in our societies, that young people don't believe, and then they become activists, but at the same time, activists, they want to destroy everything. And then you get to a kind of a somehow issues with our civilization. And I think that this is a problem as well, because when we get to this, we question everything. And then if you question everything, that nothing makes sense. So we have Jeremy that I think is still here, that came a bit late. No, I think we lost him. Jeremy, are you here?
Hi, I apologize. Hi, everyone. Hi.
So we have
hear
a
me?
law. Yeah, so we have one of the biggest law firms in the world, and Jeremy Lestman is a partner for DLA Piper, and is based between Israel and USA. So let's look at the law part of this and the legal side of this. So how do you see the challenge with smart cities and create real value for smart cities from a legal perspective and from a public policies and regulatory perspectives, bearing in mind what was discussed before, at least what you picked?
Sure. So, I mean, obviously, COVID really brought to the fore for everyone in the world the, unbelievable value and necessity of smart cities and, technology and infrastructure and being able to sort of pull it all together. Obviously, pre-COVID, this group and, the thousands who are watching recognize the value. But I would say when you think as of urbanization, healthcare, and all of the healthcare that needed to be done remotely, education, and of course, transportation. There are so many areas that impacted every single one of our lives. So, from a perspective, I think what has happened in a lot of locations is it brought the concept of smart city, the concept of ESG to the fore in virtually every metropolitan area that I'm familiar with. And so aside, I work primarily with technology companies who are innovating and creating the technologies, but certainly seeing a lot more regulatory side, a lot more smoother approvals, quicker contracts, trying to see what could be done at the state and local level, but also at the federal level to allow for the adoption, quicker adoption. It's smoother and quicker regulatory approvals, quicker adoption of various technologies to bring them on scene much quicker for the betterment of smart city. When you think about healthcare adoption, and obviously there's a lot of restrictions, privacy and hygiene, et cetera, that always needs to be looked into. But I think when you sort of looked at a circumstance where going to the hospital was dangerous, not everyone could get to the hospital, there needed to be care at home, and there needed to be technology that adopted it and allowed for it. Obviously, different legal regimes and government regimes had to figure out a way very quickly of making it possible. And so, I think it's a net positive on the legal side that there's a lot more, we're seeing investment deals and innovation agreements and collaborations with universities and public-private partnerships, et cetera. A lot more of that is happening in a much quicker way because of COVID. And I think that's, in a very period, certainly one of the areas where we'll see a net positive as we hopefully emerge from it.
Thank you so much. And this is a very as well challenging subject. So I want to pass to the financial side. So Azaku, you are, of course, you're not here representing Nomura. You are here on your personal variation, and you have a lot of skills as well. So I want to talk about how do you see the financial side of the cities and smart cities. Of course, you're working in a very big investment bank, but you have experience as well dealing with different countries, the big corporations, and of course, one of the biggest investment banks. How do you see the ESG level of, when you talk about ESG from the perspective of the investment and smart cities?
On today's occasion, I want to speak as one citizen because a lot of us forget that we're all citizens of the world. This is why I highly respect Peter for uniting globally, because intelligence, knowledge, these are not something one country should own, but it should be shared for the goodness for all of citizens on this earth. I could, of course, talk about Article 6, Article 9, but for the ordinary people, it might not be a relevant jargon that they need to know what we're trying to achieve. So on that respect, I feel very strongly about promoting awareness, as many of the panelists here mentioned, that sometimes we forget that we're all human. And often many people focus too much on the little tribe, because it could be, someone working in a bank and they only think about their own bank, not think about the implication as for the whole industry. We should not be selfish about sharing knowledge, and also to promote awareness that we all, at the end of the day, we're all the same. We may look different. We're all unique in our own individual way. But ultimately, if we don't care and feedback that what's really needed from the people, that the city will have no use. Nobody will want to live there. And for me, the reason I feel very strongly about this is because I look Japanese. I was born in Japan, but I grew up in the US, in London, having Iranian stepfather. But often government or the media often try to twist information that would be suitable for the goal that they want to achieve. And this forum, the amazing thing Dennis and Peter is doing is that it's giving a platform, an opportunity for people to share ideas. And that is why my organization, it's a non-profit organization that promotes understanding and friendship, because in the media, it might say Iran is a dangerous country, and maybe there are dangerous people, but there are many dangerous people who may happen to be in power in any country. But the ordinary people that I became friends with by living in different countries and having been to international school as well, that I understand all of us, the heart is the same. And that is why I feel very honored today that I am able to participate as one of the citizens, and ultimately my title or what I do for a job would not mean anything, but I want to contribute as one human being to make a better world together with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Azako. That is kind of a very special, and I think probably the biggest challenge of any time in history, but especially in our time more than ever. So, Professor Kiran, you've been working a lot. Well, first of all, you come from India, you study in the United States, and you are in UK. So, picking what Azako said, you are as well a citizen of the world. And as well, you work with the United Nations, especially with UNESCO, where you are the chair for the UK, and you are as well leading a global top business school. And you have a lot of experience right now, especially in the relationships with with the smart cities policy. So from the findings in your white paper that will be released shortly, what would be the areas that you find are more challenging and the risks that we have, and as well the opportunities?
Yes, I mean, absolutely right, Dennis. You know, I'm definitely a global citizen in that sense of the word. I think there are a number of challenges, and I mean, you know, there's no, if I go through them in one or two in order. So the first one is around the risk of over-standardization. And this is really something which governments must really keep a very close eye on as policymakers. And what I mean by this is, and in our report, I call it the banana view of the world. And the reason I call it the banana view of the world is simple. At least colleagues in Europe and possibly North America will know what I mean here. So, for example, there is a standard that governs in Europe the shape and size of what can be considered as a banana. And for those who want to Google it, it's 2257. It tells what the length, the width, the size, the shape, etc. has to be classified in Europe as a banana. And if it doesn't meet that requirement, it's not a banana, and that goes into different other produce associated with it. Now, we have, in our view, a mental definition of what we mean by smart city. And the risk of over-standardizing this is, we start looking at this sort of banana view of the world, the smart city view of the world, and we expect every city to therefore start looking something very similar. And if they don't look similar, then we say, well, this city isn't smart, and this city is smart. Just to give you an example in our report. So we've done some work on one small part of the world, which is, I think, a very interesting part of the world, just something that we have data for. So there's a small part in Mumbai or Bombay called Dharavi. Dharavi is often referred as a slum area. It's a very small area, about 500 acres. I mean, this could be probably the size of some people's large gardens or homes. 1.5 million people live in it. But however, if you look at this particular region, this very small area in Mumbai, it generates an economy of close to $1 trillion US. I mean, this is more than the economy of many countries. They have 15,000 single factories in this very small area. And almost 50% of the residents in this are self-employed. Then the question really is, can this area therefore, because it's in our banana view of the world, can this therefore never be smart? Because they don't have Internet of Things, they don't have blockchain technology, they don't have AI, they will never have virtual reality, they will probably never have automated cars because it's such a congested area. Is that the right definition? So the challenge is, how can we develop the understanding without over-standardization? And what we argue in our white paper is the concept of social contract. What you need is a social contract. You need a social contract between 4 key stakeholders in the smart city: policymakers, universities, businesses, and the citizens. And each have a role to play. No one individual is driving the whole economy or the whole system. Policymakers have a role, and I have argued earlier, the role policymakers have is to look at regional agenda and help with the infrastructure. Universities have a role. It's all about knowledge creation and transfer. Businesses have a role. It's about creating equitable wealth creation. And citizens have a role, the role of participation and adoption. Now, if you get those 4 stakeholders together, which is a social contract, and we are calling it a blueprint for smart city, a social contract, you will then start seeing outcomes around social, environmental, political, and economic. If any of these 4 stakeholders try to take a bigger view or try to play more with the levers, the policymakers, with the university, with businesses, or its citizens, I think the whole social contract is going to fail. So I think what we need is a social contract structure, a blueprint, rather than a mandated legislation, because like I said earlier, legislation from policymakers can help only toggle so many levers. And same with university, business, and citizens. So that's what our white paper is all about. So when we use the word blueprint, what we are really talking about in this is how we bring the 4 stakeholders together. Now, technology has a role to play. In fact, a major role to play. It is a shell that can potentially unite the 4 stakeholders. But it's also something we have to be very aware of, because the risk of technology driving society, the outcomes are not necessarily great. Whereas what we need is a society that is driving technology, and vice versa, technology providing an opportunity for society that could never be achieved in a way. So this is where I see as the next step. Now, we could have a long debate on what does social contract mean. And in the case of US, they have a very specific definition of social contracts in legislation, whereas in UK, we do not have any written constitution or a concept of social contract. So we've got 2 extreme ends of what social contract means. But all what I'm trying to say is we need to bring 4 stakeholders together. This forum is one such vehicle. We are having a conversation where we have representatives of all 4 stakeholders. I see myself as a global citizen first, and also as part of the university system. So in my view, moving forward, I think this is something we really need to be very aware of. I would really be, the worst scenario for us to be is we reach this banana view of the world. And I know I'm oversimplifying it in some form. But the risk is you will alienate a lot of countries, a lot of cities. And one thing is for sure, I hate the geopolitical definition of smart city. There is no such definition. Okay. Political geography does not equate to smart cities. I can use the example of London. Now, what is London? Is it this province? Is it Greater London? Is it wider London? Is it the greater region of London? Is it the southeast of UK? So instead of getting into those academic political debates, the question really we should be asking is, how can we bring the 4 stakeholders together? And I think some of the things, in particular, the agenda, many of my colleagues talked about, particularly one of the things which Osaka mentioned about, it's about bringing the citizens together, global citizens together. And I think until we achieve that, I don't think we're going to be smart. In fact, I think you might have a technologically smart city, but you'll have a very poor citizenship experience because what people are looking is very, very different.
Yeah, it comes to education, and it's probably the biggest challenge we are facing, because all the technology complexity is as well probably taking people out of the focus of our civic responsibilities and the 4 elements that you mentioned. So, Henning, you have quite substantial experience both in the financial industry and, of course, leading right now a substantial organization of technology in Europe through the EU Tech Chamber, but as well in your work with policy making, with Deutsche Bank, with Commerzbank before, some of the biggest financial organizations. So how do you see the challenge, and picking what Professor Kiran said, from the one thing is we as individuals, the other thing is the companies and the organizations, because the point is that we have to get all of this working, and definitely this is not working. It's a paradox, because if you look, the technology is allowing us for the most amazing things in history of humanity, but the perception is that we are in the end of our civilization. If you look at the news and if you look at everything, which is kind of very, not very smart, let's put it that way. And I think this is kind of something that for me intrigues me, and I'm trying to fight as much as possible with events like this and working with Peter and a lot of people worldwide. But it's very complex, because really there's a huge cluster, and there's all another question, or another layer for the question ending, is I get every day completely surprised from working with the biggest corporations in the planet, to billionaires, to normal citizens, the lack of understanding anything about technology. That gets me probably as scared as the lack of smart. So I'll pass the word. I know that is a big question. But,
When you talk to technicians, they will say we cannot know where the story is going because it's all about the combination of different technologies. So even experts, they will not be able to tell you the story today. What we can make better is the observation and connect. So yes, the banana view, we had that example also in the European Union. One result is the Brexit. The result of the Brexit was, okay, let's try to do it on our own because we will be quicker. So one of the reasons is Brexit was from the government, alone we will be more dynamic. So I think it's pretty much about the dynamics of decision making. Natalia said that go to the local. I think we have a bigger problem of democracy. The society in London is different from Hamburg. Or especially from Munich, right? Have you been to Munich? They are pretty much locals. So it's, yeah. So this contract, social contract, this is what we try to do here in the European Union. We have now the Conference for the Future of Europe. We want to bring in the citizens and ask them what they would like to have in as a kind of a European Union in future. But in the 90s, we liberalized the energy markets. We liberalized the communication markets. Today, you have an ICE, a German train from Munich to Paris. Imagine where we come from in Europe. Today, you can have it. So in just 30 years, we have achieved tremendous results of integration in the European Union with its given history. You all remember. So this 30 years is much more than the famous 12 they tried in Germany. So I think this social contract today is possible on a transnational basis in the European Union. Because if you leave the governments alone, 27 member states, you will not achieve any harmonization of the approach towards better solutions. And we don't have time. So actually, I talked about subsidiarity. You can't leave it to the regional level because data protection, you have the move and the tendency to be, it is necessary to regulate on the superiority level, especially with data protection in the European Union. So there is this tendency, and you cannot, if you want to keep your values, you cannot avoid it. So I think in this context, having these technologies pushing whatever up the need for governance at the superior level, we truly have a problem of democracy. So again, Natalie said it, let's go local. And I think and do believe that new technologies can also help to make the decisions, the quality of decision making, including within big companies, e.g. Volkswagen, to make it with the stakeholders working in this company. My learning from the financial crisis, I'm sorry, Asako, but you can't leave it to the managers alone. Even if they are good people in the structure of capitalism, they will decide in terms of profit for the company. So, and if we want to accelerate the achievements, we have to give it better, the system, the better orientation, and we have really to involve the stakeholder communities in a much more systematic way. And new technologies, blockchain and etc., can provide this.
Yes.
Can I say something?
Yeah, of course, go ahead.
Thank you for that. Just to let you know, two things on that note. Let's think of the fact that the phone, the smartphone, right, and the applications started in 2007 and in 2008. This is only 13, 14 years ago. The amount of technology that just surpassed everything. And us as policymakers, right? I mean, I'm a tech entrepreneur, but as policymakers trying to catch up. So it was 2009 or 8 when we, as a metropolitan planning organization, were doing these surveys, right, to the citizens of a region of 5 million people. And we were only getting 110, 120 surveys back. So I said, look, there's this little company called SurveyMonkey out of Palo Alto. And we can get a lot more feedback if we use this online survey. And they were like, we don't like the name. My bosses, we don't like the name. We don't like the idea. This is just sounds bad. So I called SurveyMonkey and I said, can it not say SurveyMonkey? Can I say powered by SurveyMonkey? They're like, yes, absolutely. You know how many responses I got? 5,500 responses. That response helped us do better policies, not based on 100 citizens who decided to do the paper copy. So, when it comes to technology, and I just want to say that it is local in many ways, but we do have to use it. And then the other point is the ESG wouldn't be so strong if the stock markets, like in Singapore and others, are starting to demand it from their public, listed companies. And so, and the U.S., we're looking at it, NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange, led by 2 women, actually now have positions within it of ESG officers. So you do need that policy to make companies, corporations, start to see this in a different perspective. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. I think this, I would like to open the floor because we're in the final 10 minutes, I guess. So I will open the floor.
I think it's a great example, which I think Natalie just talked about, and it just reminds me of a project we just did about the use of technology for response, and I think it just links into it. So we experimented. So one of the challenges in industry, as you probably know, is the concept of multi-generation technology. So and what happens is you end up with I don't want to use particular brands, but the latest brand on a smartphone, and within 12 months there's another one, and so on and so forth. And the trillion-dollar question for a company is, when should we be launching such a new product? And the traditional methods of surveys, etc., was used. So we decided to use a completely different mechanism, and it's called gamification. Now, again, without naming particular games, just for colleagues who perhaps think they don't play games. Everybody in this room plays games. If you've ever done a capture or anything of that sort online, you probably have. So in the world of digital gamification, what you can do to get responses to, it's not just for what the product I'm using for policy making, etc., is to use games as a vehicle to understand what happens. And just to give one example, there are multiplayer games. Just to give you an idea, at any given point in time, you could have 100 million players playing a particular game at any given point in time. And what you can do is ask through these multi-million pound games, multiplayer games, a very simple question. For example, would you like to do A, B, or C? Or what color phone would you prefer over something else? As a subtle question. And you could be getting responses for 40, 50 million people, literally, that you could pinpoint to a particular IP address to understand behaviors and trends for decent policy making. So
signing off from the ICT sector for a greener, like I call the European Green Digital Coalition, that are ready to go forward, helping to
Zako?
Hello?
I would say, from my side, accountability. You know, everyone has to be accountable. Politicians, businesses, citizens, it's hand in hand. So accountability on how our policymakers and politicians, the decisions that they make, is
Just from my side, education, continuous education. I completely am with Professor Katerina and with Professor Kiran, but as well the accountability. But I think the accountability, I think Natalia and the collaboration is how we can do this within society. Because, for instance, you mentioned, Natalia, the challenge with the collaboration between cities and even within the same states, the same country. And I see that as well happening within even the same companies. This is actually challenging, especially if you work in a medium-sized big company. But as well, the challenge I see is kind of the way we can actually break through the skepticism and the tendency we have in our society to question and destroy all sense of ethics or a sense of I would say sense of society.
Some of the people who has the power. So in terms of the money or resources like human resources and financial resources, and also I'm the kind of master planner is the kind of position to persuading every the players out there. So for me for a long time, even I was involved myself to establish new law, special law for small cities, because the regulation is really sensitive. And also regulation on data, regulation on the new technologies and blockchain, even cryptocurrencies.
I'm here, but I don't know if I'm being recorded. I mean,
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, it's I experienced already about the kind of how to, making some kind of harmonized governance systems and for, the successful smart city agenda. So I'm still doing that in Vietnam and Ukraine. The reason why I'm doing this smart city initiatives for those developing countries is it's not easy. But
yeah, because
it's not,
the server is reading stuff today.
hello.
So
I think maybe somebody's talking out there.
we enter this room again. Maybe it's working.
Who's talking?
It's not that
So anyway, we have very great sessions for today. I really appreciate it for everybody's participation. So especially to Denise, and you're just leading the whole sessions brilliantly. And also I really special thanks to Princess Katarina, and also Andrea, Natalia, and Professor Kiran Hernandez, and Henning, also Asako from Nomura in London. So I really appreciate your participation. This is not just like a one-time thing. We actually just ongoing events. Eventually, my target is bringing the more than 50 cities around the world attention, so we can actually bring them into the for some common ground, and to initiate for the human-centered the concept of the smart cities to expand more so even we can actually have a huge impact on the global issues. Thank you much again. So I'll looking forward to seeing you again very, very soon. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
person in this conference. in the law school connected with the Knowledge Commons, governing the Knowledge Commons project.
I'd like that. Thank
What,
you.
what are you interested in with Pittsburgh?
Well, we're deploying digital twins in cities around largely the U.S. and Europe right now, and we started with New York, and then Phoenix, and we announced Las Vegas last week, and they're all focused on helping commercial building owners achieve net zero emissions. So it's Pittsburgh has a very has done super well with green buildings, one of the most highest adoption of green building strategies in the country. And when we do this, we invite universities to build technology upon the platform. And so we're working with ASU and Harvard and CUNY in New York and folks like that. And so we've been talking to Carnegie Mellon and University of Pitt. So we were, we talked to the head of facilities there, and we'd love to engage.
Sure, love to. If I can help, engage with you on that. You can find me on LinkedIn, or just email is good,
I appreciate that.
So everybody's in. I'm not going to show myself because I'm not in the session, but I'll be watching from somewhere. So we have, okay, David is here or Abby's here? Who's here?
Hey guys.
Abby?
So the streaming is online now. The streaming is online, Peter, yeah.
Let's go ahead for recording on my queue, okay? So probably in 1 minute. Let me double check with how many people are here today.
Yep. Two, one, go. We're live.
All right. It looks like we're rocking and rolling here. I just like to welcome everybody, and everybody would be whoever is watching this right now and everybody in this panel. We got an exciting, we got a pretty exciting panel ahead for a couple of reasons. One, digital transformation is usually just a fun topic, and innovation is usually a fun topic, so it's hard to make those two things not fun. And we have an interesting group to talk about it. So I think we got a pretty interesting intersection of academia and builders in the smart city space, maybe coming from different vantage points, but all kind of unified, by kind of servicing accelerating cities in a way that it's a kind of win-win for everybody, right? Win-win for the city stakeholders, that'd be the citizens, but also the city administrators themselves. And just finding those kind of like touch points to, accelerate the thinking and then adoption as a result. So instead of me going through each individual, given there's several of them, why don't I just let the panelists introduce themselves, and let's try to keep it maybe under a minute, and maybe just kind of, introduce yourselves, and maybe just kind of like as a prompt, tell everybody kind of what you're excited about or working on in the space right now. And then we can just kind of take it from there. So given my central time zone bias, because we're the earliest to show up for this, I'm going to hand it over to Michael Jansen, my fellow Central Standard Time brother on this call.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be speaking to everyone today from around the world. And thank you to all the panelists who have joined today. Excited to be talking about digital transformation with you. As Ferris mentioned, we're all doing things different in this space. Our company, Citygena, focuses on something called digital twin technology, specifically implemented in cities. We work with cities around the world and their commercial building owners to help them achieve net zero emissions. This technology, which looks a bit like SimCity, but for real cities, it's been called Google Earth on steroids and Minecraft for architects, all kinds of fun things. But it's a 3D digital twin platform that allows users to do all kinds of fancy things around carbon reduction at the city level. And we'll be talking about it today. New York, Phoenix, Pittsburgh, many cities have signed up, and we'll be happy to speak about it. We call this the Clean Cities, Clean Future Initiative.
All right, very cool. I'm sure things such as clean tech and carbon are going to come up at some point, so we'll come back to you on that. I'm just going to go in the order my squares appear to me. So Imbal, if you want to just go ahead and do much of the same.
Very much, Ferris, and it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. So I'm from Tel Aviv. My name is Imbal Arieli. I'm a serial tech entrepreneur and investor. Have been playing a key role in the Israeli tech ecosystem for the past 25 years. And my main actually focus is the human factor. So I'll be talking today about what we can learn from the experience of Tel Aviv as a smart city. And innovation coming out of Tel Aviv, but mostly focusing on the soft skills and the human talent itself, which is also the topic of my book that I published, Chutzpah, Why Israel is a Hub of Innovation and Entrepreneurship. And very glad to be here with you.
All right, thank you. Professor Nazar, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you for your invitation. It's a big honor for us to take part in such a great forum and such a great people from different countries. I'm from Ukraine, exactly. It's now a good example of big, very quick digital transformation in our country. We have the appropriate reforms and also good people who have a good experience in IT sphere, and also we have a great in this field. Exactly, I'm a head of the scientific park Lviv Polytechnic National University in Lviv. We are located, and we have the local government and also our government to find the appropriate solutions, the appropriate services and products, and try to grow in them and try to exactly implementing them in the real life. And this is our role and our mission in our country, and we are successful in this case, and I'll tell you about some cases in our activities. Thank you very much.
All right, cool. So apparently a lot to learn from Tel Aviv, a lot to learn from Ukraine. All right, we'll be covering the globe here today, apparently. That's pretty good. Martin, why don't you take it off, man? Go for it.
Hi, my name is Martin Weiss. I'm a professor at the University of Pittsburgh in the US. I'm actually, as it happens, I'm teaching a course on smart cities right now that is joint between Seoul National University and University of Pittsburgh. So I hope a bunch of my students are on this or will be watching it later. So as one of my associations at the University of Pittsburgh. So I sit in the School of Computing and Information, but I also am associate director for the Center for Markets and Governance, where we take a bottom-up approach to studying how people solve their own problems locally. It's very much a center that's in the intellectual tradition of Hayek and Ostrom, very much about polycentricity and keeping problems and their solutions local as much as you can. So that's the short story.
All right, Martin, I like your vibe, keeping it local. Good stuff. Amir, when are you, your turn, bud? Amir, you're on mute, my friend.
Sorry, I apologize. Happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me. Over the last 20 years, I'm doing two major activities. I'm managing a venture capital fund, which I started in 2001, and focuses on deep technology companies, many of them in the semiconductor, machine vision area. And I'm also teaching at the business school at Reichman University here in Israel, near Tel Aviv. And I'm focusing on two major things at the university. I'm teaching on the process of planning and financing new ventures, and I'm studying the Israeli high-tech ecosystem. And I'll be happy to talk about these two issues here, not about the Israeli issue, but about how to start a high-tech ecosystem in connection to smart cities.
All right, that'd be fun. Now we have Justin Glass. Yeah, could you, oh, so I said that before, I didn't see a video, so I'm gonna skip real quick. Paul, maybe you could, your turn.
Hi, Faris. It's great to be here in this panel today. And as always, Peter's pulled together some great people across a wide breadth of what is smart cities. So we're a company who really just focuses on one particular thing. It's smart buildings themselves. And we're based here in London, actually not in London right now, but we'll be very shortly. We're based in London, and really we've already grown out to places like Hong Kong, China, Middle East, and done our first buildings in the US very recently. And actually, Michael, it was quite funny because last Friday I was actually with Mayor Kate Gillio from Phoenix. So we're hopefully going to be getting over there very shortly. So I'd love to talk to you later on actually about how we can collaborate together, because digital twins is what we're also trying to work with as well. And what I try to say to everybody in this whole ecosystem, this isn't about you being the best at what you do and then working with other people who are the best at what they do and collaborating. It's no one is going to ever own this whole smart city agenda. And really everything that we do, from working with Hikvision in China, where we've developed some amazing last year, to the work we did in Saudi and elsewhere. And again, you know, it's like the Olympics. This is the Olympics. And I don't want to be the best 100-meter sprinter, and someone else can be the best horse rider. But just let's be the best, and then let's look at how we collaborate. And the more we collaborate, the more we work together, we can just make a massive impact right now. And as I mentioned to you earlier on, this whole COP26 is happening right now in Glasgow. There are so many instant ways to cut carbon today before we get to where we're going to be with hydrogen in 10 years' time. And it's just time for every city to start looking at what they can do and making those moves right now and collaborating and making our buildings smarter. Just not trying to be the ego in the room is what I'm trying to say to everybody, yeah?
Right on, right on. How about we, thank you for that. How about next we go to Professor Yu?
Hello, so thanks for inviting me. My name is Yu Xiong, and well, I have my role in university and also in business. So in university, I have 3 roles. One is a professor of business analytics in University of Surrey, and also I'm also university's associate dean international to look after the international collaboration for the 20 schools and departments. And also the university's director for commercialization center. So this is my 3 roles in the university. In my university role, are very relevant technology like 5G. We rank #1 in Europe, and AI rank #1 in UK, the largest AI center. And also very relevant technology like Surrey satellite. I think you may heard of it. So Elon Musk is a shareholder of Surrey Satellite because he can't make small satellite. Only Surrey University can develop a small satellite for smart cities. So that's my role in the university, but I also a company director for more than 15 companies. I helped with more than 100 million pounds inward investment to the UK innovation technologies and system. So I created 3 science parks in the UK, and also I created additional 2 innovation centers across the UK. Yeah, so that's some brief introduction. Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you for that. You strike me as a very busy individual. That's a lot going on. So we'll get into some of that. So I have a slight delay on the videos here. So let's go. I'm going to wait for a second. Okay, now I see the videos again. Justin Glass, if you could go ahead.
Well, it's an enormous privilege to be here today, and I thank you very much indeed to Mr. Chan for the invitation. I was the director of the European Atlantic Group for 26 years, and we actually faced challenges from around the globe in which we discussed, and the point that we drove home there was that only action could result when you were able to approach the people who could make and take the decisions. I'm not going to be speaking so much on behalf of the group as on behalf of every man to this particular wonderful forum. And it's, I think, fair enough to say that I'm speaking on behalf of every man. We noticed before in the first session, fascinating, how there was talk of standardization, how there was talk of conceptualization, how there was, as it were, a concentration on the way forward now that we're facing with the ecological crisis. And so my plea here is on the conceptual footing. I mean, I can't think of a better forum in which to sort of float these ideas, and I'm sure there are many people watching and on the panel who've been thinking along these lines. If we look back on the course of mankind's progress, technologically speaking, and in invention terms, over the millennia, who is it who has driven the progress? Well, there's the proverbial type that we can imagine, the inventor in the attic. And so, in a sense, what I'm hoping today is to project what might be the sort of performance of a one-trick pony. Obviously, the people here are thinking very hard about how to improve our welfare, as it were, grappling with all the multifarious climatic and ecological challenges. But who are going to be the people who come up with the inventions? Who are the people who are going to be, as it were, those who come up with the formula that will actually organize and change the way we think? At the moment, what we find, particularly sort of around the globe and in social media terms and on the news, is a great degree of barracking of those politicians and statesmen and leaders who are, as it were, not coming up trumps with the ideal sort of solutions to the serious problems we face. And whilst that's going on, and there's certainly a place for it, what I would like to project here is the idea that there should be a great concentration of thinking on how we can support that backroom boy who presently has got no access, or not really the understanding of how to get the access, to the people who are taking the decisions. So the people who think their way forward into the future ought to be looking at how we find these people, how we look for the people who are, as it were, you know, on the drawing boards and with no one particularly to talk to, but who have ideas. Now, we don't have to look so much at the current situation. What we could be looking at, we can see what the main problems are, can't we? All of us. I mean, CO2, drought in deserts, rising waters, all of these things. Are we looking, forget whether it's man-made or whether it's from natural causes. What we want are solutions, whoever caused the problem.
So Justin, I think we're going to get to a lot of these themes after the introduction. So if it's all right with you, if you could just come back to some of these threads that you've kind of brought out in the intro, I'd love to come back to them with some pointed questions and get the rest of the panels involved on the topics as well.
Delighted.
All
Do you want me
right.
to continue or that's sufficient?
No, we're coming back, buddy. We'll be back with you on those notes.
Splendid.
And we're actually almost done with introductions. So, you know, I'm not sure, I should have asked. I think he's up the latest out of all of us, Mr. Youngju. I'm pretty sure it's the latest your time. So I saved you for last for that reason.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you so much for the invitation to the prestigious event. I'm very delighted to have a chance to share ideas along with you. And actually, my name is Yang Sub Ju. I'm currently engaged with Seoul National University as the distinguished professor. Actually, I started my career. I have the currently running 41 years in the experience. Actually, I spent 30 years with the industry, including 10 years as a CEOs, and 6 years with academia, including SNU, and the 5 years with the Korean government, including the SME minister, responsible for nurturing Korean SME, small and medium enterprises, and startups. So I have been experiencing the very interesting and very diverse career. Actually, right now I'm currently focusing on the smart city global collaboration. Now the Korean government is running many the smart city projects around the country, and now the South Korea is a country is one of the leading countries in smart city initiatives, including the smart city technologies. So I'm willing to share Korean experiences and Korean technology with global countries, utilizing opportunity to participate in Korean smart city projects by inviting the global smart city the related startups as well as the companies and organizations to Korean projects. Very delighted to have a chance to talk with you today. Thank you.
Well, glad to have you. I guess just before you go, just a little about me, just because I didn't introduce in the beginning, I want to make sure everyone could go. Ferris Owais, I have a consultancy called Instigation Protocol. I do go-to-market and business development for decentralized solutions with an increasing focus on metaverse. We don't have to get into all that, but it's a beautiful kind of alchemy of the intersection of decentralized finance and culture. So it's a fascinating new space that's coming about. And yeah, that's a little about me. So interesting introductions, some threads I pulled from all that. It seemed like there's some, you know, although everybody's doing something a little bit different, there's some unifying threads that we all share. Carbon came up a lot. So it seems like a lot of people in this group, whether it be from an academic or business or otherwise perspective, are somehow spending every day figuring out how to, you know, reduce carbon footprint in their own capacity. Investments came up a lot. We have a couple, you know, people writing some checks in this room as well, trying to fund the innovation ecosystem. And also, yeah, just startups just generally came up a lot. So I thought a good place to start with that. And the reason I'm starting with it, because it's a space I'm most familiar with. So there's a lot of innovation that's coming out in the decentralized world as it relates to cities. So for example, you have Helium, which is they call it the People's Network, which is basically enabling people to form their own telecom company, essentially, right? And you have hundreds and thousands of people that are getting these devices that are essentially now competing with their local telecom companies, and they're taking ownership and passing data, and it's been a beautiful incentive. And there's, for example, CityCoin, which I think just recently with Miami Coin, they put $10 million, like $10 million in the treasury of the city of Miami, now going to New York, then San Francisco, so on and so forth. And I can go on and on. But I guess for the people working at that level of the smart city ecosystem, what are you seeing emerging from the innovation ecosystem that you believe will become an everyday used product or an everyday used solution by people, similar to how they use Uber today, or some variation of that? And I think maybe just a few people stood out to me, Professor Yu, and maybe, and again, just it's open forum, right? Anyone can jump in, but maybe we'll start with Professor Yu, and then others that work in that kind of area of the industry, if you want to kind of just chime in of what you're seeing, and maybe some people that are working in certain geographies would be interested in bringing them to either Ukraine or Israel or Korea and so forth.
Yeah, okay, I really echo the statement that so we need to bring industry people, bring academia, and bring relevant people together globally, internationally together to discuss. I just last week, so if you can find online that I chair the China UK Innovation Forum. So actually we discussed a lot about technology, green technology, smart city technology. So Sir Tim McDonald, the president of the Royal Academy of Engineering, so he kindly agreed to address this event. So we discussed a lot, and also from China, the Vice President Zhang Yaping of Chinese Academy of Science. So also addressed this event. So we bring about leading scientists and practitioners to that forum, and we have reached many consensus. Yeah, so we think that for the next stage to develop a better connected world, so we need more innovation, more technologies, and the innovation include not only technology innovation but also policy innovation and finance innovation. We should have all the three innovation coordinated, develop them together, okay, and then we can really reach our target, like a more smart society, more green society. Yeah, so I think that's why our forum today is important. So I'm glad to say that we need to we have a colleague from Europe, from US, and from Asia. So I would be very happy to continue the discussion with you about how today should be only a start, right? So after today, I hope to be connected with you. We bring the funding together, we bring technology together, yeah, and also the government connections, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, no, thank you. And Paul, you know, in your introduction, you had quite a, let's call it, collaborative tone with your intro. So in that kind of spirit, maybe kind of how are you seeing kind of these? Because I'm just going to extrapolate on what Professor Yu is sharing in terms of the collaborative models and you know, the different connection points between technology, academia, you know, smart society, and all these kind of other touch points. How are you seeing these collaboration models in your world, or you know, other worlds you have exposure to? How are you seeing these kind of, like, you know, collaborative forums and collaborative, you know, ecosystems coming together translate into solutions in cities that people can kind of, you know, interact, feel, touch, get a sense of the benefits of that collaboration? What are you kind of seeing on the ground, so to speak?
So we do. I tend to see a lot of cities who really, you know, most cities want to be smart cities. The issue is they silo pieces. So they'll silo someone who does X, and the group will focus on that. And there'll be, you know, there'll be a budget there and there'll be KPIs there. They very rarely sit back and try and work out, how do I look at this as a whole? And it is difficult. And I think that, you know, what you're saying, Faris, about, you know, decentralization, centralization solutions is, in the real world, in the world where I live in, you know, there's engineering, there's buildings that have been there for 20, 30 years. And we work on new buildings, we work on some really prestigious buildings that are there for 30, 40 years already. And these buildings, they have engineering that's been put in place a long, long time ago. And you also have a lot of people who don't like change. And you have a head of engineering, you have a head of X, Y, Z. And trying to get all these personalities together and look at the bigger picture and move ahead only happens when you've got great leadership at the top. Now, I work with some really great companies that have got fantastic leadership, and then I have worked at other great companies where the siloed approach is too difficult to really make those changes. And this is where the reality of, you know, sitting there in the back of a fag packet and going, oh, come up with a great idea, and then actually delivering solutions are very, very different. So I do work again in South Korea right now. So we're working with Hyundai, Professor Zhu. So we'll hopefully be in touch with us when I'm back over to South Korea next year. And actually, Professor Yu, my very first piece of technology reporting where I needed to delve deep into the technology I developed was actually with the University of Surrey. So again, we've now moved on to 5G technology, non-powered 5G technology. So again, it's these sort of forums, quite frankly, that Peter put together that mean that I've now linked with Professor Zhu, who I didn't know was on 5G tech, and except for Michael earlier on his collaboration with Phoenix. It's really a case of, I think a lot of cities are trying their best to do some good stuff. But I find in most cases, they silo pieces and try and just do one piece at a time. It is incredibly difficult and incredibly time consuming to get 20, 30, 40 companies you need to look at the big picture and deliver solutions than it is to go and find a piece and solve that. The problem with that, find a piece and solve that, is then when you have all those pieces solved, you can actually get them to work together usually. And it takes great leadership and great vision to make changes. And hence, I've been doing business in China for 21 years now. I've got my office in Hangzhou, which is a great city. And I see places like China as being the ones that are really innovating, which annoyed me this week, the fact that we're getting a big bashing. Now, the reason President Xi wasn't here is because our record on COVID is absolutely bloody appalling. And from being someone who traveled to China last year, I saw how hardline they were on going in, and rightly so. If 67 cases of COVID in the entire country, we had 40,000 yesterday. So we got different types of countries here. So look, what I do see in China, which wasn't mentioned, that I don't see anybody driving around on motorbikes in China that are petrol powered. Everything is electrified. Now, it is the biggest population in the world, which is why it's got the highest carbon footprint in the world. America still, per head of population, is the worst performing in the world by a long, long way. And we can't be looking at, it's got to be on a per head basis. My worry, what I think we need to be looking at globally is cities that are making a move, that they go and they share together, like we have next week in Barcelona with the Smart Cities conference. They share together where they get to. And we need companies to come in there, and we need to look at where they went wrong and be very honest about where they went wrong. If in hindsight, what would I do different? And only when they're honest and talk in hindsight and said, we wish we thought about that, will we then see the spread in the next city, the next city, the next city. So it's a learning process, and I think the more, I hope what comes out of COP26 is collaboration. And I was so happy to see Kerry and the US and China last night make their announcement, because really together those two countries are responsible for 50% of the emissions. America because it overconsumes, China because of population. This is how we move forward. We need to get the politics out, we need to collaborate and look at the big picture and work out how together we get there. And quite frankly, as I said before COP happens, and I know it's exactly what I said happens, we've never talked about the big elephant in the room. The big elephant in the room is that there's many human beings on this earth. And nothing is done about bringing in what China did very unpopularly, one child policy, but actually the sooner the world wakes up and goes, we can't go from 1.6 billion to 8 billion in 100 years, and assume it goes on, what the hell's going to happen? We have to start talking about the big elephant, which is it's only humans screwing this world up. Now, humans can try and solve it, but we have to start taking some decisions that are very anti-democracy, anti-freedom. But you know what? We won't exist unless we do take those decisions, and the sooner the better.
My wife would definitely agree with you. I'm pretty sure she likes my dog more than she likes me. So
well, we've all been married that long, haven't we?
Yeah. So this next question, I think since we have so many on the panel, I think I'm going to start grouping some people together around some commonalities. So Paul, you're kind of talking about like the silos. We have some people in the business world here also act as investors, clearly put $1 in something or whatever currency. Ideally you'd like that solution to break through the silos and get adopted and get used. So Amir, Imbo, and Michael from a builder / growth oriented company, kind of maybe you can kind of speak to your experience either investing in these companies that have broken through and maybe some like secret sauce of how they did it, And then also just Michael, from your career perspective, it's all about growth. You've just landed Vegas, trying to go to another city. I'm sure, every city has its flavor, but you can't reinvent the wheel for each and every single one. So I'm sure, you found some learnings that have streamlined, those obvious blockades. So maybe we'll start with the blockers and we'll get into the enablers next. So maybe Michael, you want to take it away?
Who's the blocker?
Blockers, we were talking about, it's different silos that cities just represent as just a natural formation, right? So as you're getting into these conversations and you're seeing the value of your solution and you're seeing them wanting to adopt it, but maybe there's some blockers in their ability to completely embrace what you're putting out there. How do you kind of overcome that? What have been some things that you've learned along the way? How could that kind of inform other regions or other clusters, even from the academic world, to build and research solutions that factor in these variables as a result?
Oh, that's a great question. Digital twins are new generally. They're new in the manufacturing space and the oil and gas space, and they're new in the urban space. We started early in this space, so we began almost 13 years ago, where we hired the entire team that created Google Earth out of Google to start this company, with the founders of a company called Revit Technologies, which is now a global 3D BIM standard for the entire world. So we had people who were interested in building a platform really for around collaboration, and it took a long time to do that. We had several iterations of the software over many years. In every 2 or 3 years, the technologies around us changed so much that each successive version was a substantial leap forward in many ways. I think one of the things that I heard a lot about collaboration. What digital twin technologies are doing very nicely is aggregating data from all of these different silos into a common environment that everyone can easily use. Whether you're the mayor, the head of sustainability, architects, engineers, or a citizen on the street. So it has both largely professional applications, but also can be, because it's visual, it can be shared with people really anywhere. That's why we see, I think Forbes said, the urban digital twins are the fastest growing technology trend in cities right now. And I think all 500 of the top 500 cities will be using them in 5 years, they said, something like that, saving cities like $280 billion in just development costs over the course of that. So the challenge is that it's new. It requires a kind of thinking around collaboration, and people are used to working in silos. And also you have the public, which is not used to working with the private sector, except through very kind of murky and odd means. So, how do you get a collaboration platform when there are these structures in place, I feel, to keep people from collaborating? And this is in most cities, actually. This is not new. This is not new at all. There's a big divide because of the procurement process, between innovation and actually getting innovation into cities. So our thought process was to go to a kind of intermediary in these cities to solve these challenges. Not the city itself, but the local green building authority in all of these cities. So it's the Green Building Council or the 2030 districts. Many of you know that we became a World Economic Forum Global Innovator, one of only 100 companies in the world to have been selected for that, to roll out this technology to hundreds of cities around the world. And these first 10, Phoenix, New York, Las Vegas. I'm also happy to say that Chicago, Rotterdam, Los Angeles are all going to be announced next. Pittsburgh, Boston, hopefully St. Louis. We're starting to move across Europe, and we finally have made contact with our dear friends in Singapore, who have asked us to look at Sentosa Island as the first location in Asia, because that's the first net zero actual district in the whole of Singapore, and they'd like us to work at it. And as you know, the city of Ithaca actually became the first net zero city in America last week when they announced it. And we have a call with their people next week to talk about doing this. The key is collaboration, because as Paul said, no one can do this. So the key for us platform-wise was to create a glue that will allow everybody else to use this. And so it's three things. Of course, I think Professor Yu said this. It's having innovative technology, so disruptive technology, using a game engine to make all this complexity easy. Having a innovative policy. This is where it's important to have policies that require building owners to eliminate emissions. In Europe, they're pretty good at this. In America now, we have our first 5 or 6 cities. Boston became number 6 last week to pass legislation requiring building owners to eliminate emissions or be penalized. That's the trend, right? So policy, and then model collaboration. So what we do is we provide the technology for free to all cities everywhere. and free to the universities and to the architects and the engineers and everybody. And the only people that we monetize to are the building owners. And we have developed, as you mentioned, Professor Yu, the business model, a financial product that actually allows the building owners to use the digital twin metrics to finance the entire green building retrofit for no cost.
Interesting, very interesting.
Fascinating stuff. So
yeah.
we've been, these blocks, you know, blocks we've had, the technology blocks with all of the things that don't collaborate together, and then having all the blocks of policy and people being forced, and then blocks with business model. You have to undo each of these blocks. And finally, after 10 years, when we managed to do that, you know, we've been working with cities for 10 years, we've found something wonderful that seems to work for everybody.
Cool. Well, instead of because I have a few people I would point to at this point, but maybe just kind of open forum, whoever that kind of landed with from a policy standpoint, from a learning standpoint, whoever kind of feels compelled. Otherwise, I can call someone out. But if there's someone on the panel that kind of wants to jump in on that note, by all means, go ahead. I'll give you. Otherwise, I'll pick somebody.
Yeah. So I mean, I think this is kind of an interesting point to start talking about how, you know, different levels of scale within cities can collaborate. I think these, you know, creating a platform for these interactions to take place is great, because I mean, really, when you think about it, there is, I mean, a smart city is a huge aggregation of technologies, of different people, governance systems, and I think the whole point of, you know, of coming up with policy aspects is to think about gateways between these systems, you know, rather than to try to come up with a singular solution for everything, you know, because there are so many different objectives involved. You know, and so there's no way you can optimize across everything. So you're much better off having, you know, having systems that are optimized for a particular problem, like, for example, net zero. I love these examples of, you know, building-oriented solutions, things that you can do now. Yes, maybe it's motivated somewhat by policy initiatives, but you know, let's face it. With I mean, in the U.S., for instance, this year we're expecting energy prices to increase. That's going to be incentive enough for many buildings to adopt some of these technologies, even without government interventions.
One thing you mentioned, I think, could be maybe kind of layer on top of that and open up maybe some even other conversations and thoughts is, you know, you kind of mentioned these technologies coming together, these things coming together. So maybe I'm a bit biased from the decentralized world, but we have this like position on Web3 that there are technologies out there, they're just not open. So for example, from my personal perspective, right, I'm very focused on metaverse infrastructure. So one could say that Facebook is doing it, and now they're Meta, but I'm repulsed by that, right? Because I believe it's a, you know, a walled garden. It's a closed version of the, you know, free flowing of information and interoperability that I, you know, hope to achieve with what I do every day, right? So you know, I guess one question would be is how can we ensure that, because I think a lot of solutions have proven that with the right incentives, people within cities gravitate towards solutions that they have a direct benefit of. So I mentioned helium before, but it doesn't necessarily even have to be helium. It could be a game. Like, for example, I would argue that Axie Infinity, which is a play to earn decentralized game, has done more for the poor people in Philippines than the government ever has, tenfold, right? To the point where no one wants to work anymore because they're making more money playing the game, and now the country is trying to figure out how to tax them. So I guess whether it be from the academic perspective or from the business side or the venture side, you know, whoever kind of feels compelled, how are we kind of ensuring these technologies that have to, you know, agreed, have to kind of intersect to then achieve the value that they're designed to? How do we ensure they're open? How do we ensure things like data sovereignty? How do we just ensure basically the, you know, we maintain agency among citizens as these technologies converge and come together and create the value? So whoever feels drawn to that question, instead of me picking, by all means.
Sure. I'll be. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Well,
Take it. Oh, no problem.
Martin, what are you gonna say? Then Amir, go for it. And then
Okay.
Martin, if you disagree with him, you just chime on in.
I would like to connect to what Martin said and you, Ferris, and look at the smart city project a little bit differently. You know, you say smart city and you think about the state-of-the-art technologies. State-of-the-art technologies in terms of digital twins or net zero or all of that. But I think that we have to remember that smart city projects start from the infrastructure. Right, so when a city is saying, I'm going to put $1 billion in order to create a smart city project, they start with smart meters for the gas, electricity, and water, and then they go through the transportation, and then they put, you know, IoT devices and cameras and maybe other sensors in order to collect information and build these huge databases. Now, all this infrastructure, maybe it was high technology 20 years ago, but today, you know, it's not high technology. This is something, most of the money is spent on projects that large corporations are doing. Large corporations with a very significant financial backing, with a lot of employees, and this is not the high tech that, you know, that I belong to. So what we would like to speak is maybe, you know, how to create this infrastructure to provide us with smart output. Okay, so once I have all this data, I can employ my artificial intelligence, and in order to extract some smart ideas or take decisions in order to help the community, in order to help the people in this specific city, you know, to have better life, maybe to have less traffic jams, or maybe you know, to create events in one side of the city and not the other, and work at night in a specific part of the city that has some problems. So this is the local issue. And then when you know, so you start with the large infrastructure projects, which are not suitable for startup companies, right? Because startup companies do not have the financial backing. Startup companies do not have so many people, and they will never win those huge infrastructure projects. But once the databases are inside, are working, they have data, and once the devices and the sensors and everything is connected and communicating one with another, then you can bring the top of the icing of the cake, actually the cherry, and put there the interesting technologies. And one of my companies in my fund, which, you know, we sold a year and a half ago to Canon in Japan, was doing exactly that. They took video from cameras around the city and actually allowed people to see a video of 1 hour within 1 minute, or to find a person, you know, one person in a crowd of 100,000 people based on some characteristic, or find a truck, a red truck in a highway in 1 second. So these are issues that actually help the smart cities, but you can do it only after you have the infrastructure in place. And this is something that actually fits the business models of startups, because, as we said, startups are very small companies. They have a lot of innovation, but they don't have financial backing. They have a few people, and they cannot compete for large infrastructure projects, but they can sell products. And they like to sell software products that have, you know, significant scalability, you know, to bring them to the market, that need only a short and small modifications for different applications. So it is a scalable business model. The cost of capital of the startup is very high, so you must work with low resources, limited resources, and create a lot of happy customers. So this is how I see the infrastructure or the connectivity between new technologies to smart cities. It must work in tandem. between the large corporation, the startups, and of course the community, which will decide what types of technology they want to put inside.
Very interesting, very interesting. And yeah, it's tough for a startup, right? 10-year success story, right? So I guess with that though, so we have a lot of PhDs here, professors in the room. So what I'm trying to, I guess, maybe get to the heart of is that from smart cities, from on an academic layer, how is that talent that's consuming this knowledge? So for example, Martin, you have students, you teach them things, they consume this knowledge, they go out in the world and they do X, Y, and Z. What kind of pipes are in place where they could be routed to, for example, a Michael Jansen who's trying to expand in cities? How do they get routed to an Amir who has a portfolio? How does it all work in terms of making sure that the knowledge that is ever evolving, right? Make sure that the most up-to-date students with the most up-to-date knowledge that are bringing up the most up-to-date ideas and innovation are permeating the ecosystem versus getting blocked by maybe trying to go direct, because it's quite easier to just kind of go into a big company. You can kind of get lost in the crowd, but there's a lot of action going on here on a startup layer. So how do we see that kind of transition happening so more people can kind of maybe understand how to actually get in the space and really identify with which aspect of it makes them feel most alive? So for example, for me in the blockchain space, I don't really focus on supply chain solutions, for example. It doesn't excite me. It's a big space. I got a lot of choices, but it takes a long time to get my footing, right? And that's why today I have a business called Crypto Coach, where side that I'm very passionate about it, where I help people transition from the traditional business world into the Web3 space. Because the number one complaint, overwhelming number one, is that they don't know actually where to look. That's the actual number one problem. They don't know where to look. So maybe if one of the professors in the room can maybe kind of give some insight of the compass that's being handed to these people. So we're making sure that we get the most innovation into the space as a result on a yearly by yearly basis.
So I will take the opportunity to jump in, and I'll then invite, I don't want to speak too long, but I think the actual leading edge technology is happening in Paul and Michael's and Professor Yu's organizations. I mean, in Amir's places. I mean, this is where the cutting edge stuff is happening. I mean, what we can do in academia is to provide frameworks for considering the problems more broadly, right? So, I mean, I don't have the latest sensors in my lab. I don't have any of that, but I can talk about infrastructure economics, kind of to what Amir was just talking about. How, what is the problem? How is infrastructure situated? And so, if you wanted to build a startup that's layered on top of an infrastructure, how do you get to the infrastructure first, and what are the different approaches for financing it, right? So that kind of situates people who are maybe going into public service to have argument, to be able to engage with that. The other thing that I do anyway is to bring people into the classroom to talk about what they're doing. And finally, in the smart city space, I like to look at some cases. I don't overdo it with that, but there are some classic, some well-documented cases of both successes and failures. I mean, Toronto is a great example to show, what happens when you really don't engage citizens properly, when you don't have you don't delineate clearly what the openness, the availability of the data is, and how that's all articulated. And so it kind of speaks to the problem that you were talking about before.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I think that's a good segue to get more regional specific. So we have, some geographic centric expertise, I mean, broader expertise, but also like a acute knowledge of particular geographies. And I'm kind of looking at, and I'm looking at also, I'm trying to get the videos are delayed, sorry. Also, Dr. Young Suk Ju, because Korea and Israel specifically, Korea, I'm a huge fan of how they just adopt things so quickly. Before we jumped on the call, it will be the first city to have its own metaverse. It's pretty sweet. What they've done in crypto, for example, just to put in perspective for anybody out there, in the US, you have to be an accredited investor to engage with, different types of crypto companies to invest or whatever. In Korea, 6 out of 10 people would classify as an accredited investor in the US the adoption of crypto is pervasive in Korea, along with digital payments more broadly, because it comes from a policy layer, right? With blockchain spreading from not just the corporates, right, like the Samsungs of the world, but getting to the SMEs and so forth. And then what's happening in Israel with the high-tech technology and how that's spreading across the world and being adopted on high levels of government and so on and so forth. So maybe, and also in Ukraine. So just a little bit of humbleness. I'm not as familiar with the Ukraine innovation ecosystem, but but this is great. I'm curious as well. So maybe we can get into a little bit of a geography specific, and we kind of start with you, and then we talk to Dr. Young-Soo, and then you, Professor Nazar. We'll go Israel, Korea, Ukraine. How about that?
Thank you very much. In Ukraine right now we have the special Ministry of Digital Transformation, and this ministry exactly has very concrete 4 goals. Exactly one of that, it's a transfer 100% of all public services for citizens and for the businesses online. And right now we are the first country in the world exactly who using the electronic ID in the like in mobile phone. Everybody in our country right now has an ID in the mobile phone, and it's very convenient and it's very easy. Also, the second goal of our Ministry of Education of Transformation is to provide 85% of the high-speed internet to 2024, and the third one is to teach 6 million Ukrainians special digital skills. Also, the last one is increase the share of our IT products in the country GDP to 10%. It's a big one, and it's will be the third place of our GDP. And if this is a good base for us, for the citizens, for our ecosystem to start to development our ecosystem. What exactly I want to support the Amir, exactly we need to have the special infrastructure, but not only special infrastructure for the development of the small startups, but also right now, it's a trend using the sharing economy in the world. And this sharing economy not only for infrastructure must be, but also for the big data. For the young startups, it's very important to have the access for the big data, to using big data for free. Because if you have the big data for artificial intelligence, for the machine learning, it's a big, the main resources for developing your startups. Yeah, and this access must give you from our authority, for the local authority. Exactly operate with GDP, with big data, who using this big data, and who combining all this big data. And it's very important if you have to have the growing of small startups who exactly offer for the market sometimes the disruptive, innovative solution to give them access for free. And this sharing economy, it's one of the main trends must be in the big data. A very important aspect, how to engage university in this process. And the best way exactly to make transfer not only from university, but from the big business, the new ideas to the university. Because sometimes business goes ahead in Ukraine, for example. And traditional universities is far away from the new ideas, from the startups, from this way. And one main idea exactly to transfer these ideas, these innovations from the big business, from the leaders of the business, from business to universities, and create in the universities the special teams. I mean the research teams, scientific teams, the students teams, and try to develop together with ideas, because we use special money for our research work, for our scientific work, and we use it sometimes not very focused, not very profitable with money. And when we try to combine the research money together with the business money, I think it could be a very good synergy effect. And also very important to using this trends of the sharing economy, especially for the using the big data. I think
so speaking of sharing in a slightly different way, and by all means, correct me if I'm wrong, involved, there's I'm under the impression, let's just put it that way, that there is some level of, call it coordination, between the Israeli innovation ecosystem and the Korean innovation ecosystem. I don't know what exactly that looks like. I don't know if you work directly with Dr. Young-Sup on this, but if you could maybe kind of highlight that and confirm if I'm right. Like, let's just start there, and then just kind of take it away in terms of the Israeli ecosystem, and not just that, but how it connects with other ecosystems such as Korea, perhaps.
You know, now our ecosystem get a good skills in IT, for example, but the final product is a big problem for us because we don't understand what the landscape of the big market, the world market. It's a big problem for us to understand what exactly, how do people behavior, typical behavior, what's the landscape and so on. We need cooperation in such way with people who exactly are very good and very well in this understanding of the outside of foreign market, because we are good in the technical skills, engineering skills, in IT skills, but problem in the business skills. It's a big gap for us, and understanding how to people, what's the behavioral, typical behavior.
Well, if there's anyone that knows business, it's the Israelis. You just look at any bank CEO, it'd be hard to find one that's not. So on that note, let's maybe switch gears to Inbal. Maybe when I kind of, I think you have the question, right? So maybe just take it away.
Okay.
Back over there to the Israeli one in a second.
Okay, the Korea, as you know, the Korea is known as the #1 innovative country, especially country recorded #1 as in terms of the Bloomberg Innovation Index. So the Korea is very fast in terms of the technology adoption and dissemination. So recently on the you mentioned the crypto, the Ferris. I mean now the data cloud and a lot of things related to digital transformation. Now blockchain is also on the very quickly emerging as the booming technology, along with NFT. Recently, one of the most booming the word is non-fungible token. So NFT becomes getting a lot of attention from not only young generation but also the old generation actually, and also metaverse is also getting a lot of attention. So from the standpoint of the general old generation, everybody feels dizzy about the speed of the technology right now. So anyhow, from the standpoint of the Korean ecosystem, as the case with the others, the collaboration in ecosystem is extremely important to harmonize the purpose of the smart cities and smart city technologies, and align the purpose and technology together. So in order to make it happen very quickly, the role of the central and local government is becoming more and more important right now. So actually, as you know, the most important thing is to combine and aggregate all those purposes, including the smart energy, smart mobility, smart health education, smart healthcare, smart building, smart home, and everything, smart finance. Actually, those kind of the purposes needs to be aggregated, and also the old kind of technologies ranging from the AI and the data and cloud and the blockchain and all of those technologies needs to be aggregated. So the best way to how can I say make those kind of the smart city purpose and the technologies can get well harmonized is to create kind of testbed projects by the local and central governments. So now the Korean central government and central and local governments has the selected the almost the 20 candidates, the 20 cities around the country, and then allocate very big money, the more than the almost $1 billion the budget to accomplish the kind of the smart city projects around the country. So so the Sejong city is a kind of administrative capital of the Korea, and Busan city is the second largest city of Korea, is also is one of the two mega smart city projects. And also the Korean government selected the almost 20 next level, a little bit smaller, but the good size of the smart cities as the government subsidized the smart city project. So this kind of we need to make the most of this kind of the pilot and testbed projects to create the kind of consortium to involve the a lot of related the technology startups as well as the existing companies. Of course, this is not based upon grant basis. This is must be a competition basis. So Korean government have the many consortium to apply for that kind of projects, and then they make them compete each other to be selected as one. So that's the reason why at the beginning of today's conference, we'd like to mobilize not only Korean startups and Korean companies, but also global startups and global companies to participate in those kind of projects. So a lot of chances, a lot of open innovation chances in Korea.
All right, very interesting. Emma, I'm going to check with, let's get a sound check with you, Emma.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, and I have a quick housekeeping note. So actually, and we have, is he here? Let me check. Yep, we got Peter in the house, and I can assure you, there is no one that is an expert beyond Peter when it comes to test beds and sandboxes. So I actually am over time. I'm going to hand over the privileged duties of moderation to my good friend Peter, and I would love him to, because you didn't hear the last comments, also have him build after you.
You go ahead. I'm actually probably maybe give a little just notes. Maybe jump
Oh,
in.
okay. So you heard the whole sandbox testbed thing. Okay, great. All right, Emma, over to you. And I look forward to connecting with everyone after as well. All right, y'all.
Perfect. So I'll be very time sensitive. I'll just say that, Israel is a tiny country, and in that aspect, not that similar to Korea, of course. But we do have, going back to your question, a lot of collaborations and cooperation between Israel and Korea and other ecosystems in the world. And the reason is exactly that. One of the reasons is the size of Israel. So the innovation coming out of Israel is actually not intended to support the Israeli domestic economy because it's just too small, but actually innovation targeting global markets overseas. One interesting data point about Israel and Korea and their similarities is the fact that both countries have been heading the charts for many years now in regards to the percentage of investment, the investment as a percentage of the GDP It's over 5% or about 5% in both countries. And that actually shows the real belief in both countries in innovation for a long-term investment, of course. The main difference, and that connects to Professor Ju's word, is actually the fact that in Korea, most of it is governmental investment, whereas in Israel, most of the investment is actually private investment. Another thing I wanted to say, which is very unique to the Israeli ecosystem, but connects to everything that has been told here about access to data, big data analytics, the use of data, is that there are already successful examples of hubs, of small clusters here in Israel. One of them is called CityZone. It's a center in Tel Aviv, where there's the collaboration of all the different stakeholders. So it's a micro ecosystem, but their special, if you want, angle is that they collect data, synthesize it, anonymize it, and provide access to any related startup that wish to make use of that data, of course, under the relevant restrictions of privacy, etc., and to try and come up with any innovation, possible. And this is exactly a great example on how you can bring in the innovators, the young, early stage startups, provide them with access to data, also with a beta site to then test their innovation. And then if they show the validation, then to continue and proceed and collaborate with the other stakeholders. And one additional small comment, we talked about infrastructure and of course the critical role that it plays in smart cities, but I think that Tel Aviv has actually shown an example also of solutions that are not that disruptive, definitely not related to infrastructure. One of the award-winning smart cities projects that Tel Aviv has won was just by creating a club, a digital club for the citizens, for the inhabitants of Tel Aviv, 500,000 in number. But that club was actually designed in a way to encourage communication, collect information, encourage communication between the citizens of the town and the different organizations in the municipality and the different service providers. And just by, copying a methodology that exists for many years in other disciplines, bringing it into our lives as inhabitants of Tel Aviv, it actually was proved to be extremely efficient in creating that dialogue between the citizen and the municipality on both sides. So infrastructure is critical, but I think we could think of additional means to create efficient systems. And one last thing, we've mentioned big data, Internet of Things. These are all skills and expertise that of course exists in additional disciplines as well. One of the things that we see here in the Israeli ecosystem is the ease of transition of human capital between one discipline. It could be a digital health startup. The founders of a digital health startup will 5 years later start a smart city startup, okay? But what they will bring will be their big data analytics expertise rather than the specific industry or vertical. That ease of transition between verticals has proven to be a very strong force of innovation.
All right, thank you, Imbal. I think I just accidentally just took over the moderator role, but I didn't expect that. I think that still, yeah, Ferris is Ferris out there? Okay, so I'll just take over because we're almost done. I've been actually listening to all your inside experiences about the innovations and small cities in a way of academic perspectives, and also the experience from your field, and specifically from, Imbal yourself from the chutzpah or maybe innovation ecosystem, Israel can be very meaningful to digging something out more positive way in smart city initiatives for the future. And also, we have a lot of views and viewpoints from also the startups and Paul Sheedy's the Unified IDs, and also Michael Jensen's the digital twin initiatives. It's very meaningful. The reason why I actually brought this kind of all different field in one side is basically, only academia cannot solve these issues. It should be kind of mingled and to have a balance, really the meaningful balance in between the all different field, because the city can be composed of different shareholders. So shareholders not the same as the company or private, the companies, but the thing is, we are actually focusing on the people who are actually supporting as a kind of the leadership or maybe the ownership. So we are looking for the kind of ownership from the people, and they are actually working as probably blue collar workers or white collar workers, or maybe people working in the government, or maybe professors at the universities, or maybe some entrepreneurs. So it's a kind of great combinations. We are trying to develop some sort of the positive model in the next decades. I think the maybe pandemic have taught us many different things, and it's gaining time. And there's something, lots of things that we missed out. Then this is actually another era to maybe to share more insight experience between the expertise and the decision makers. So I really truly appreciate your all participations for these sessions. This is very remarkable and fantastic. I really appreciate again. Thank you very much for all of them. And just give us just one word or one sentence that how you feel about the sharing your insights and experience with all the experts in here in this room. Starting from Amir, please. Just short.
Should I start?
Yeah, please.
It has been a pleasure. I think that the next issue that I wanted to bring, and I will not have time today, is that a smart city project is a great opportunity to kickstart a high-tech ecosystem in the city and the country, because it has many areas in which creating a smart city can help to creating the high-tech ecosystem in the same location.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Inba?
I'll just say that it was a real pleasure, and I'm very glad to see so many people from so many different places, deeply interested and involved in this critical topic. Just came back yesterday, as you know, Peter, from a Global Women's Summit in Africa, which was in Morocco, and part of specifically in Morocco, but addressing the African continent, and one of the main topics was smart cities. Yeah, it's our responsibility.
Absolutely. Justin? You're muted.
Perfect thinking from everybody. The only additional fact that I'd add, of course, as I said at the earlier point, is that a clear clarion. Once you have formulated the best questions, what is needed, and then you build the infrastructure around them. The infrastructure is needed. Everybody's got to be interdisciplinary. They've got to go to the top and the opinion leaders, the politicians, but the right questions, which in all the specific spheres discussed today are obviously on the table, but the big questions as well, and it needs organization to do it, and an organization like this. So many congratulations to everyone. Just a clear view is what's needed, in my personal opinion.
Thank you. Professor Martin, please.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for inviting me to this. And Peter, when you were saying earlier in your summary remarks about academics being part of the solution, and I will tell you that we don't solve problems, we analyze problems, right? So I'm never here to solve anything. I like to think about things. I like to create frameworks which will hopefully kind of in the spirit of what Justin just said, help us get to the right questions and get to the right approaches. But I think it's critical for academia to work with entrepreneurs like Michael, like Amir, like Inbal, and others who are actually doing the work on the ground to help formulate theories which actually help inform the next generation of participants and leaders in this area.
Thank you very much for your comments. Paul?
Thanks, Peter. Again, look, I really appreciate you holding these forums, because I think it's important that we all do interact together. And as I said to you earlier on, I really do want to see those countries, like I know you focus very much on South Korea and Ukraine and New York. I want to see change. I want to see these cities make a trial. Go and try out one technology, see what the impact is, and then scale. And the great thing for companies like ourselves who are really pushing, pushing engineering, and that's where we work closely with universities. We're not sitting here trying to develop it all. We're working with some, key professors in various communication technologies. But as we push that forward, and as we focus on net zero, as we focus on delivering products that use no energy, and that's the key thing we do. We produce products with no energy usage, no batteries in it. We see where we're going. And now that, thankfully, the world is waking up to the mess we're making this world, I think this is where companies like ourselves, when we nail it in one city, we can then scale. And this is what startups need to realize, that if you get it right, one city, the world is your oyster, and you can scale rapidly. So it's a very, very positive place to be. But it's all about, as I said at the very start, it's all about collaborating and just being the best of what you do. And getting involved in these sort of World Smart City forums as well. It's a great work that you do, and we need this to happen.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you very much for this forum. It's a real great idea, because I got many good ideas from different people and from different regions. It's a time when our world is changing, and also one of the point of the change exactly it's the smart cities, because all of us are living in the big cities, and the prediction for the future, people coming to the big cities and start to cooperate to each other and so on. So it's very important right now to exactly to have the equal access to the big data, because if we exactly will be have the same access to big data, it will be the development of the world, because now it's very important to cooperate to each other, to collaborate to each other, not only with the stakeholders, but also with the different cities and different companies all over the world. So thank you very much.
Thank you
for your idea.
Great, thank you very much. After you, finally. So.
Okay. The most favorite word is think big, act small, and the most unfavorite word is NATO. NATO stands for no action, talk only. So anyhow, the kind of the global collaboration is extremely important to accomplish this smart city concept, because the no one country and one company cannot accomplish the smart cities, because the smart cities is a combination of the bunch of technologies, bunch of purposes. So actually, as I explained, Korea has just launched the more than 20 smart city testbed projects. So actually, please contact me. Because we are inviting not only domestic startups and companies, but also global startups and companies to Korean projects. So please contact me. I'll help you to find the right ways to accomplish our goals. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So we are running the Smart City Tech Sandbox around the world, and or more than 1,000 companies. So that will be a great, match. Hope that we can actually produce more unicorns out of it. Again, I really appreciate your participation for today. So big success, and wish you're really happy, and during the pandemic, be safe. That's the most important thing, right? So for now, we meeting by next time. So take care. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Goodbye, everyone.
Okay,
Thank you, everyone. Bye now.